हेलो एवरीवन, गुड इवनिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। आज है 4th ऑफ दिसंबर 2024। वेलकम वंस अगेन टू दिस लाइव एनालिसिस। स्टार्ट करते हैं आज का इस सेशन। एंड एक बार देख लेते हैं एक एक करके। नेचुरल गैस को देखोगे थोड़ा सा बेरिसी है। एक नीचे रिटेस्ट जोन है मार्केट के पास। एक रेजिस्टेंस था, मार्केट ब्रेकआउट किया था वहां पर। वैसे तो रिटेस्ट एक बार कर चुका है, ये सेकेंड टाइम आएगा शायद रिटेस्ट करने। रिटेस्ट करता है तो यहाँ से वापस बाइंग का प्लान रखना। बाकी नीचे एक सपोर्ट इसका और 240 5 फुट 246 247 के अराउंड है फिर अदरवाइज। तो ये एक रिटेस्ट जोन जो ऑलरेडी एक बार रिटेस्ट कर चुका है पास्ट में। दिस इज सेकेंड टाइम प्राइस इस लेवल पे आ रहा है। ऊपर देखोगे तो ऊपर मार्केट के पास एक छोटा सा रेजिस्टेंस जोन आप कह सकते हो, अप्रोक्सीमेटली 260 261 के अराउंड है। एंड देन उसके बाद फिर ऐसा कोई ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस तो नहीं है, बट एक सपोर्ट था वो कल वाला। कल मतलब परसों वाला, उसका ब्रेकडाउन हुआ था, वो रीटेस्ट कल ही कर दिया था मार्केट ने। तो वहां पर फिर से एक एज अ रीटेस्ट के तौर पे वो वर्क कर सकता है। तो दैट दोज आर द रीटेस्ट जोन एज वेल। मेरी वॉइस आ रही होगी, आई होप सो। इज आई एम माय वॉइस इज ऑडिबल टू ऑल ऑफ यू? लेट मी नो इन द कमेंट बॉक्स अगर वॉइस क्लियर है तो। ओके, क्लियर है वॉइस, ठीक है, बढ़िया, ग्रेट। याद रखना ये दोनों ही रीटेस्ट कर चुके हैं एक एक बार, ठीक है? जो रीटेस्ट लेवल मैंने लिखा हुआ है वहां पर पास्ट में। ओके, क्लियर ही आ रही होगी। बाकी अगर डेटा देखोगे तो अभी 6:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हो जाएगा। वहाँ पर थोड़ी बहुत वॉलेटिलिटी रहेगी। एंड देन 6:45 पर एक डेटा है, नॉन फॉर्म एडीपी, नॉन फॉर्म एम्प्लॉयमेंट चेंज का, एक गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करता है। देन आपका 8 पीएम यूएस मार्केट ओपन। 8:15 और 8:30 पर एक डेटा और है, वो भी गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करेगा, सर्विस पीएमआई, आईएसएम सर्विस पीएमआई का। एंड देन 9 पीएम पे क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री है, तो थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट वहाँ पर वॉलेटाइल हो सकता है। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल की मैं बात करूँ तो अगर जॉन गोयल, जी वॉइस क्लियर है? ओके, ग्रेट, वॉइस क्लियर है। एक बार क्रूड ऑयल को भी देख लेते हैं। लेट्स सी द क्रूड ऑयल एज वेल। क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट भी एक बार देख लेते हैं। वेयर इज द क्रूड ऑयल? देखो, अगर आप अभी एमसीएक्स में अगर ट्रेड करते हो कमोडिटी को, मेनली हम एमसीएक्स में ट्रेड करते हैं, आप लोगों को पता होगा। बट अब एनएसई में भी आप कमोडिटीज को ट्रेड कर सकते हो। तो अगर आप एनएसई में करना चाहो, एनएसई में भी कर सकते हो। लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल, आपका धन का अकाउंट है, वहाँ पर आप जो नेचुरल गैस सर्च करते होगे तो यहाँ पर ये एमसीएक्स लिखा आता है ना। तो आप सिमिलरली यहाँ पर नेचुरल गैस सर्च करना, वहाँ पर एनएसई लिखा आएगा, तो उस पर भी आप ट्रेड कर सकते हो। वहाँ पर ट्रेड करने का बेनिफिट क्या है, वहाँ पर जो आपके टोटल ओवरऑल ट्रांजेक्शन चार्जेस है ना, वो बहुत कम है। ठीक है। बाकी ब्रोकरेज तो सेम ही लगनी है, 20 रुपीज़ बाई करते वक्त और 20 रुपीज़ उसको एग्जिट करते वक्त। वो तो 40 रुपये तो फिक्स है ही है पर जितने भी ऑर्डर आप लेते रहोगे। बट जो एसटीटी चार्जेस वगैरह हैं वो थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा है एमसीएक्स के। एनएससी के बहुत बहुत ही ज़्यादा कम है। बहुत ज़्यादा डिफरेंस आ जाता है। तो जो लोग स्कैल्पिंग करते हैं या फिर ज़्यादा ट्रेड करते हैं, ज़्यादा अमाउंट से ट्रेड करते हैं, वो भी ठीक है, अगर चाहें तो वहाँ पर वो चार्ज को कम करने के लिए एनएससी की वेबसाइट, एनएससी में भी कमोडिटी को ट्रेड कर सकते हो। इट विल वेरी बेनिफिशियल फॉर ऑल ऑफ यू। सो इफ यू वांट टू ट्राई, यू कैन ट्राई एनएससी कमोडिटी एज वेल। गोल्ड, सिल्वर, नेचुरल गैस, क्रूड ऑयल, स्पेशली नेचुरल गैस एंड क्रूड ऑयल, वो और बेस्ट है। बाकी वॉल्यूम तो पता ही है आपको थोड़ा सा, चाहे एमसीएक्स हो या फिर एनएससी, कम ही रहता है, बट नॉर्मली जितना हम ट्रेड करते हैं लाइव मार्केट में उस हिसाब से तो ठीक ही है। स्पेशली अगर आप ऑप्शन ट्रेड करते हो तो वो एक जो चार्जेस हैं, गवर्नमेंट चार्जेस, वो थोड़े से एक्सचेंज के कम है, ठीक है, एनएससी में, अगर आप एनएससी में कर रहे हो तो। बाकी एमसीएक्स में चार्जेस थोड़े से ज़्यादा हैं, अगर आप कैलकुलेट करना चाहो तो आप कैलकुलेट कर सकते हो। फॉर एग्जांपल आपके पास अगर धन का अकाउंट है या फिर कोई भी और ब्रोकर है, ठीक है, जिस भी ब्रोकर में आप करते हो, तो वहाँ पर ऑप्शन आता है कि अगर आपको कैलकुलेट करना है चार्जेस कितने लगते हैं, तो वो चार्जेस आप वहाँ भी देख सकते हो। फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे एग्जांपल के लिए मैं यहाँ पर आपको दिखा रहा हूँ, ये एक धन में अगर आप देखोगे तो मैं अभी फिलहाल के लिए एमसीएक्स की बात कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है, सिर्फ एमसीएक्स की। ओके, तो यहाँ पर ये कॉमोडिटी सेक्शन पे मैं गया, तो ब्रोकरेज वगैरह तो सब में सेम ही है। ये ट्रांजैक्शन चार्जेस अगर आप देखोगे, एनएससी के देखोगे 0.0001% है, एमसीएक्स के 0.0001, अगर आप फ्यूचर ट्रेड करते हो। अगर आप ऑप्शन ट्रेड करते हो सिर्फ, सो ऑप्शन में भी देखोगे एनएससी में सिर्फ 0.0001%, एमसीएक्स में 0.0418। अभी आपको परसेंटेज वाइज बड़ा कम लग रहा होगा, जब आप चार्ज ट्रेड करते होगे तब आप कॉन्ट्रैक्ट नोट में देख लेना वो ट्रांजैक्शन चार्जेस कितने ज़्यादा हो जाते हैं। सिमिलरली यहाँ पर सीटीटी देखोगे कॉमोडिटी में, वो 0.01% है, वो तो सेम ही रहेगा, उसमें कोई ज़्यादा चेंज नहीं होगा। मेनली जो आपके ट्रांजैक्शन चार्जेस हैं वो एनएससी के कम कर रखे हैं इन्होंने। सो यू कैन यूज़ दिस फॉर कॉमोडिटी ट्रेडिंग, जो लोग स्पेशली कॉमोडिटी में ही ट्रेड करते हैं मेनली, और थोड़ा स्कैल्पिंग ज़्यादा करते हैं, क्योंकि स्कैल्पिंग ज़्यादा करते हो तो उससे ओवरऑल जो ट्रांजैक्शन अमाउंट होता है पर डे का ना, वो ज़्यादा हो जाता है। ठीक है, आप नॉर्मल भी ट्रेड करते रहोगे स्कैल्पिंग में तो 10 लाख, 20 लाख, 50 लाख, इवन 1 CR तक का ट्रांजैक्शन अमाउंट बन जाता है ऑटोमेटिकली। बाकी बड़ा अमाउंट करोगे तो फिर तो बनेगा ही बनेगा ऑब्वियसली। बिटकॉइन में बुलिश मूवमेंट बना हुआ है क्या, एक बार बिटकॉइन देख लेते हैं। बिटकॉइन में फ्यूचर कैसे बाई कर सकते हैं डेल्टा में, और कितने अमाउंट यूज होता है, प्लीज गाइड करें। जैसे आप नॉर्मली निफ्टी या अगर बैंक निफ्टी या फिर क्रूड ऑयल करते हो ना ट्रेड, फ्यूचर में फ्यूचर बाई सेल सेम वैसा ही करना होता है वहाँ पर बेनिफिट लेकिन एक ये होता है कि अगर आप बिटकॉइन में ट्रेड कर रहे हो फ्यूचर, वहाँ पर फ्यूचर की एक्सपायरी नहीं होती। तो अगर आपने एक बार फ्यूचर बाई कर लिया तो उसको आप जब तक चाहो होल्ड करना चाहो कर सकते हो, या फिर फ्यूचर सेल कर दिया, जब तक चाहो सेल करके रखना चाहो रख सकते हो, जस्ट लाइक इक्विटी। तो ये बेनिफिट हो जाता है। पहले दो तरह के फ्यूचर होते थे, प्रीप्यूचुअल और नॉन प्रीप्यूचुअल, अब एक ही हो गया है वो। वहाँ पर पहले एक में एक्सपायरी होती थी, एक में एक्सपायरी नहीं होती थी, अब उनको मिला के एक कर दिया, तो अब एक्सपायरी किसी में नहीं होती फ्यूचर में अगर आप बिटकॉइन ट्रेड करते हो, मतलब क्रिप्टो करेंसी, कोई भी क्रिप्टो करेंसी ट्रेड करते हो अगर उनका फ्यूचर अवेलेबल है। बाकी जहाँ तक कितने अमाउंट में उसको बाई सेल कर सकते हो, वहाँ पर देखो लेवरेज मिल जाता है। तो आपके पास $100 भी अगर है, इंडियन रुपीज में 7 to 8 के हो, 8,000 रुपीज हो गया वो, तो उससे भी ठीक ठाक अमाउंट आप बाई कर लोगे लेवरेज लेके। लेकिन लेवरेज लेने में थोड़ा सा एक नुकसान या फिर लॉस ये हो सकता है कि जितना ज़्यादा आप लेवरेज लोगे, आप एसएल फिर उतना बड़ा रख नहीं सकते, फिर एसएल की जो लिमिट होती है ना उतनी छोटी होती चली जाती है। फॉर एग्जांपल अगर मैंने लेवरेज ले लिया 100x मान लो यहाँ पे बिटकॉइन में, अब जितना ज़्यादा लेवरेज लोगे तो मान लो आपको एसएल यहाँ रखना था आपके लेवल के अकॉर्डिंग, बट आपने लेवरेज इतना ले लिया कि आप एसएल यहाँ रख ही नहीं पाओगे, वो एक एक लेवल बता देता है कि इससे ज़्यादा बड़ा आप लॉस नहीं ले सकते उसमें। तो हो सकता है वो इतना ही आपको एसएल दे रखने के लिए, या फिर इतना ही दे तो उसके अंदर ही आप रख पाओगे, तो थोड़ा सा ये उसमें एक लॉस रहता है। बाकी उसमें वहाँ लेवरेज मिल जाता है तो कम अमाउंट से भी ठीक ठाक कर सकते हो, कोई ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। Volume is very low in NSE in option. Future में volume कम है, yes. There is a less volume in future in NSE right now, but in option there is a sufficient amount of volume right now if you are trading commodities in NSE. I'm talking about only option. Future में कम है, I know. Future में तो खैर अभी कम है, but future में भी आ जाएगा। पुट ऑप्शन सेल किया हुआ है नेचुरल गैस का, कल से पुट ऑप्शन सेल किया हुआ है यार, मार्केट तो डाउन जा रहा है, अपने पुट क्यों सेल कर दिया। 250 का कितने पे किया था, 10 पे, अभी 12 चल रहा है। देखो लास्ट ऐसे लिए रख लो 251, इसके नीचे कैंडल अगर जाती है 15 मिनट की तो निकल जाना। ये एक रीटेस्ट है, वैसे तो एक कर चुका है। थोड़ा बहुत रुकेगा तो वापस यहाँ पर रुकना चाहिए, नहीं तो इससे ज़्यादा नीचे गया तो फिर चांसेस कम रहेंगे, फिर तो सीधा गिर जाएगा 245 तक। फिर उसमें प्रीमियम काफ़ी ज़्यादा बढ़ जाएगा आपका। नेक्स्ट वीक आई थिंक 4th 9th है ना, मंडे को आई थिंक 9th से 15 के बीच में एनएससी जो कमोडिटी वाले हैं, अब वो कई सारे ब्रोकर्स के साथ मिलकर सिर्फ कमोडिटी में प्लान कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि अभी जो एफपीआईज हैं इंडिया में, वो कमोडिटी में हेज इंडिया में नहीं करते हैं, आप लोगों को पता होगा। जैसे एनएससी बीएससी में तो कर लेते हैं, जो भी आपके पास निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी स्टॉक्स है उसको हेज, बट कमोडिटी में वो इंडिया में हेज नहीं करते एफपीआई जितने भी हैं। तो वो नॉर्मली बाहर के अकाउंट में ही हैच करके रखते हैं अपनी क्वांटिटी को। तो एनएससी उनको दे रहा है फैसिलिटी कि आप भी इंडिया में हैच करके रख लो, ज़्यादा बेटर रहेगा। तो उससे वॉल्यूम फिर फ्यूचर में आने के भी चांसेस है। बाकी आपको पता ही है एनएससी नए नए प्रोडक्ट लाता रहता है, तो ट्राई कर सकते हो स्टार्टिंग में क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस ऑप्शन से, जो लोग ट्राई करना चाहते हैं, इफ यू वांट टू ट्राई। कि कोई और न्यूज़ तो नहीं है जिसका इम्पैक्ट हो मार्केट पे, लेट्स सी। एक बार पहले क्रूड ऑयल को भी देख लेते हैं। क्रूड ऑयल, लेट्स सी द क्रूड ऑयल। देखोगे तो इंट्राडे में बिल्कुल साइडवेज ही चल रहा है। मॉर्निंग पे ओपन हुआ था कल के रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही, बट ना तो सेलिंग आई ना ही मार्केट ऊपर गया। आई थिंक मुझे लग रहा है शायद ये, एक तो क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री भी है आज, उसके अलावा इस वीक अगर देखोगे ना, थोड़ा सा डेटा को देखोगे तो कल आज रात को ही कह सकते हो, क्योंकि रात को 12:15 पे तो मतलब वही हो गया ना। वैसे डेट तो कल की हो गई, लेकिन वो हुआ आज ही। फेड चेयरमैन पवेल की स्पीच है, और साथ ही साथ कल आपकी ओपेक और जेएमएमसी की मीटिंग है, तो ये तीन इवेंट एक साथ हो रहे हैं। ओपेक प्लस जेएमएमसी की मीटिंग कल स्टार्ट हो जाएगी, फेड चेयरमैन की स्पीच वो आज रात को है, और क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री। तो मार्केट मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ा सा इसका वेट कर रहा है, इस वजह से अभी तो फिलहाल साइडवेज ही चल रहा है मार्केट। क्रूड ऑयल का व्यू देखोगे राइट नाउ तो साइडवेज ही है। बाकी डे हाई रेजिस्टेंस है, उसमें कोई वो नहीं है, कल वाला ही जो रेजिस्टेंस बना हुआ था। डे हाई जो रेजिस्टेंस, वहां से सेल करके बैठे रहो जो लोग सेलिंग में है। बाइंग देखते हैं कहीं पर अगर बनती है, या फिर ठीक है। वैसे तो ओवरऑल साइडवेज है, बट बिकॉज रेजिस्टेंस पे ही है मार्केट, तो हम उसको रेजिस्टेंस ही मान के चलेंगे, सपोर्ट नहीं मान सकते अभी। सो क्रूड ऑयल डे हाई इज अ रेजिस्टेंस, कल का ही रेजिस्टेंस, परसों का भी वही था, वहीं से सेलिंग स्टार्ट है। होल्ड इट जो लोग सेलिंग में है, अगर नहीं कर पाए हो तो वापस आएगा डे हाई के अराउंड, तो वापस सेल कर सकते हो 5975 से ऊपर को। ठीक है। गोल्ड और सिल्वर देखते हैं अभी, एक सेकेंड यार। गोल्ड और सिल्वर का ना, वैसे गोल्ड तो साइडवेज ही है, सिल्वर भी सपोर्ट पर ही है शायद, आई थिंक। चार्ट में देख लेते हैं एक बार गोल्ड और सिल्वर को, जस्ट गिव मी अ मोमेंट। क्रूड ऑयल नहीं दिख रहा? क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट, एक सेकंड में क्रूड ऑयल का चार्ट लगा रहा हूँ स्प्लिट करके स्क्रीन पे, जस्ट गिव मी अ मोमेंट, स्प्लिट ही कर रहा हूँ। तो लोग जी नहीं, बढ़िया ही, कोई सुनिए। एक्चुअली मेरी उनसे बात हुई थी, एक्चुअली मैं एनएससी के जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव है ना, कमोडिटी के जो, उनसे मेरी बात हुई थी, तो उन्होंने ही मुझको ये सब चीज़ बताई थी। वैसे तो मुझे भी पता था कमोडिटी लॉन्च कर दी है एनएससी ने, बट मुझे भी ऐसा ही लग रहा था वहाँ पर मॉर्निंग कि पहले इतना मोमेंटम होता नहीं है। तो कल मेरी उनके एक रिप्रेजेंटेटिव थे, तो वो दिल्ली में थे एक्चुअली, तो उनसे मेरी कल बात हुई थी। तब ये थोड़ा सा इंसाइट शेयर मैंने आप लोगों के साथ किया है। ठीक है, फिर से बता दूं जो लोग अभी आए हैं, नेचुरल गैस में नीचे एक रिटेस्ट जोन है, ऊपर भी एक रिटेस्ट जोन है, बीच में ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, नीचे सपोर्ट। ये रिटेस्ट जो बने हुए हैं ये ऑलरेडी वैसे टेस्ट हो चुके हैं पास्ट में एक एक बार, एंड दिस इज सेकेंड टाइम प्राइस इन रिटेस्ट जोन पे आएगा। ओके। डेटा आज थोड़े ज़्यादा हैं तो ध्यान रखना, इंक्लूडिंग क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री एज वेल। कौन से ब्रोकर में करते हो अनीता यादव जी? आप धन में करते हो? धन में कर सकते हो। बाकी ब्रोकर का मुझे पता नहीं है। धन में करना चाहते हो, धन में तो ऑप्शन ऑन है, आप डायरेक्टली कर सकते हो। अगर आपके सेगमेंट ऑन नहीं है तो वो आप ब्रोकर में करा सकते हो, अगर सेगमेंट किसी का ऑन नहीं है तो, नहीं तो नॉर्मली तो कर सकते हैं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, फिलहाल के लिए ऐसा कोई ब्लॉक वगैरह नहीं किया है अभी तो। क्रूड ऑयल में डेलो एक एफईजी है, उसमें यहाँ कोई ऐसा सपोर्ट नहीं है। डेलो इज एफईजी 5927 से 5920, एक एफईजी है जहाँ पर थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट रुक सकता है। एज सच नीचे और कोई सपोर्ट फिलहाल तो नहीं दिख रहा है। एक रीटेस्ट जरूर है, सपोर्ट तो नहीं है, रीटेस्ट जरूर है, मार्केट ने ब्रेकआउट किया था, रीटेस्ट भी किया हुआ है, तो लेट्स सी दोबारा करता है तो, विच इज अप्रोक्सीमेटली 1850 के अराउंड। देख लेते हैं दोनों को। इसका ध्यान रखना थोड़ा सा, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू लो पे सेल मत कर देना रेजिस्टेंस पे, और ओपन इक्वल टू हाई पे सपोर्ट पे बाय नहीं होता है। चार्ट लगा दो, चार्ट लगा देता हूँ, एक सेकेंड। वेयर इज द चार्ट? बाकी वो साउथ कोरिया वाला जो सिनेरियो चल रहा है, थोड़ा सा उसको देखते रहना। दूसरा चार्ट कहाँ गया? वैसे तो वहां पर मार्शल लॉ हटा दिया है, देखना पड़ेगा फिर भी क्या इम्पैक्ट होता है। क्रूड ऑयल का वैसे कल से देखोगे, कल क्योंकि न्यूज आई थी उसकी वजह से मोमेंटम हुआ था थोड़ा पॉजिटिव, तो उस वजह से तो व्यू पॉजिटिव ही है, उसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। इंट्राडे की बात करो, इंट्राडे थोड़ा सा मार्केट साइडवेज लग रहा है फिलहाल के लिए। ऊपर एक रेजिस्टेंस है, नीचे एफईजी पे रुका हुआ है। नीचे एफईजी के जब तक नहीं आता कोई बहुत ज्यादा बेयरिश तो नहीं होगा। एफईजी के नीचे आया, थोड़ी बहुत अच्छी खासी प्रॉफिट बुकिंग आ सकती है वापस 5850 के अराउंड। फिर देखेंगे, अगर उसके नीचे भी सस्टेन नहीं किया तो फिर देखना पड़ेगा कहाँ तक जा सकता है। और एफईजी कैंडल कौन सी है? क्रूड ऑयल वो देखिए 59। नहीं नहीं, एफईजी एक सिंगल कैंडल नहीं होती एफईजी, बीच का गैप होता है। तो ये 3 दिसंबर की 9:30, 9:45 और 10 PM वाली, जो ये तीन कैंडल हैं, इनके बीच का जो गैप है वही आपका एफईजी है वहां पर। न्यूज़ मैंने बता दी। अभी 6:30 पे न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होगा, वॉलेटिलिटी थोड़ी वहां पर होगी। फिर 6:45 पर एक डेटा है एम्प्लॉयमेंट चेंज का, गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट है। देन 8 PM पर यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग, 8:15 पर एक सर्विस पीएमआई का डेटा है, फाइनल सर्विस पीएमआई का। देन 8:30 पर आईएसएम सर्विस पीएमआई का डेटा, ये भी गोल्ड और सिल्वर को इम्पैक्ट करते हैं। 9 PM पे फिर क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री, और फिर रात को फेड चेयरमैन की स्पीच भी है। और फिर कल आपका ओपेक और जेएमएमसी की मीटिंग भी है, वो भी ध्यान रखना। इसलिए गोल्ड और सिल्वर को देखोगे वो तो बिल्कुल ही साइड, गोल्ड तो स्पेशली साइडवेज चल रहा है, इसलिए गोल्ड में भी लेवल भी नहीं बनाया है। देखते हैं गोल्ड करता क्या है। ठीक है, इंट्राडे में देखोगे बहुत ज़्यादा साइडवेज ही है। सिल्वर को देखोगे, सिल्वर में थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट जरूर है नीचे। Where is the silver? ठीक है, बट ओवरऑल देखोगे तो रेंज बाउंड ही चल रहा है, तो थोड़ा सा मुझे लग रहा है वेट करना चाहिए। थोड़ा न्यूज़ ज़्यादा है, न्यूज़ को प्ले आउट करोगे तो ज़्यादा सही रहेगा। बाकी अगर प्ले करना ही चाह रहे हो तो एक बार देख लेते हैं फिर भी लेवल, इफ यू वांट टू टेक दोज लेवल्स। Natural gas is very slowly going down. Your view as today night there is a Powell speech. नेचुरल गैस में पवेल की स्पीच का कुछ खास इम्पैक्ट होता नहीं है। पवेल की स्पीच का इम्पैक्ट आपको गोल्ड में देखने के लिए मिलेगा, या फिर थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट डॉलर इंडेक्स सिल्वर में देखने के लिए मिल सकता है। रहा थोड़ा बहुत हो सकता है क्रूड पे देखने के लिए मिले। डायरेक्टली कोई कनेक्शन नहीं है नेचुरल गैस का उससे। कोई न्यूज़ वगैरह आ गई तो बात अलग है, उसका हो सकता है इम्पैक्ट हो जाए। बट पवेल की स्पीच का नेचुरल गैस से कोई डायरेक्ट कनेक्शन नहीं है। नेचुरल गैस नॉर्मली अगर आप न्यूज़ बेस पे देखते हो तो फिर वो वेदर की न्यूज़ पर ही रिएक्शन देता है। न्यूज़ देखने के लिए क्या करें, क्या मैं समझा नहीं, कौन सी वेबसाइट यूज़ करनी है बताया था। ये दो वेबसाइट्स नॉर्मली आप देख सकते हो। डेटा अगर देख रहे हो तो फॉरेक्स फैक्ट्री देख सकते हो। ट्विटर पे फॉलो कर रहे हो वॉर से रिलेटेड न्यूज़, तो ये अच्छा है। ओपन सोर्स इंटेलिजेंस मॉनिटर का जो ये आपका एक्स का अकाउंट है, OSINT डिफेंडर के नाम से। एंड उसके अलावा रूटर्स की वेबसाइट यूज़ कर सकते हो, अच्छी वेबसाइट है। एंड थोड़ा और न्यूज़ अगर देखनी है तो उसके लिए फिर आप याहू फाइनेंस या फिर bloomberg.com की जो वेबसाइट है, या फिर यूट्यूब चैनल है, दोनों ही अवेलेबल है उनके, वो यूज़ कर सकते हो। साउथ कोरिया opposition submits proposal to, okay, Lily for speeds no head to head trial। बजान जी, नेचुरल गैस 1 आवर कैंडल में चैनल में ट्रेड कर रहा है सर। आई एम बाइंग 255 कॉल ऑप्शन। ले सकते हो सर, सपोर्ट भी है वहां पर एक, और रिटेस्ट जोन। बट ध्यान रखना, मार्केट अगर स्लोली मूव किया तो कॉल ऑप्शन में कुछ खास मोमेंटम होता नहीं है। बाकी चैनल 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे, 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे चैनल, अच्छा ये इस चैनल की बात, ये तो ब्रेक हो गया शायद। ये तो कोई चैनल नहीं है, ऊपर से कोई चैनल चल रहा है क्या। इस चैनल की बात कर रहे हो क्या? ये चैनल अगर बना ही नहीं है अभी सर, चैनल बनने के लिए एटलीस्ट 2 पॉइंट सपोर्ट के, 2 पॉइंट रेजिस्टेंस के होने जरूरी होते हैं। और कोई चैनल है तो बता दो, वहां पर नीचे एक आपका है जरूर एक रिटेस्ट जोन, ध्यान रखना। बाकी जिस तरह की कैंडल दिख रही होंगी तो मार्केट को आप देख रहे होगे यहाँ पर कुछ खास मोमेंटम जरूर है, बट उतना सफिशिएंट मोमेंटम नहीं है, जैसे कैंडल थोड़ा बड़ी बड़ी बनती है ना, लिक्विडिटी। तो ये कुछ लिक्विडिटी पॉइंट्स हैं जहां पर मिल सकती है मार्केट को लिक्विडिटी, एंड देन मार्केट मूव थोड़ा फास्ट मूव कर जाए एज कम्पेयर टू अदर मोमेंटम। नहीं तो अभी ध्यान में ही आ रहा है, नहीं ध्यान में तो नहीं आ रहा है, ध्यान में तो सर्च कर सकते हो। कमोडिटी अगर एनएससी में कर रहे हो तो सर्च करो क्रूड ऑयल, कोई भी ऑप्शन आगे से लिख लो, क्रूड ऑयल 5900 कॉल ऑप्शन या 5900 पुट ऑप्शन। वहां पर दो दिखाएगा, एक एमसीएक्स और एनएससी, एनएससी को कर सकते हैं। चलो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम, जिन लोगों ने अभी तक लाइक नहीं किया स्ट्रीम को। Edge lower ahead of Fed chair remark.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager.
And I'm Karen Moscow.
Karen, we begin with political turmoil for two key U.S. allies. Let's start in France, where Prime Minister Michel Barnier is facing a vote of no confidence. Far-right leader Marine Le Pen and her National Rally Party have promised to support a motion from a left-wing coalition that would topple the government. Barnier is urging lawmakers to step away from the brink.
I hope so, and it's indeed possible. It depends on the members of the National Assembly, each whom has a responsibility to the French people, to the voters of their constituency, and before France too, which is at a rather serious moment.
French Prime Minister Michel Barnier spoke through an interpreter. Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta is covering the vote in Paris. She says there is enough support from the left and the right to bring down Barnier.
There could be a little bit of a make-or-break case when it comes to the Socialist Party. That is, of course, the most centrist faction when it comes to the left side of Parliament. What's significant here is those are the people that both Michel Barnier and Emmanuel Macron have targeted in the last 24 hours, saying that these are the people who could vote for with their conscience or need to potentially make or break this vote. And that's where so much of the speculation lies, that if you do see enough socialists in Parliament abstain from the vote, there is a slim but not impossible chance that Michel Barnier could make it out with this vote with his job intact.
Bloomberg's Kriti Gupta in Paris. Debate on the no confidence motion is set to begin at 4 p.m. in Paris. That is 10 a.m. Wall Street time.
Well, Nathan, another political crisis is playing out quickly in South Korea. Opposition lawmakers have filed a motion to impeach President Yoon Suk-yeol. That's after he briefly declared martial law to try to break a political deadlock. Bloomberg's Katya Dmitrieva reports the next 24 to 48 hours will be key.
The main opposition party is seeking this impeachment or resignation, and it could come as soon as Friday. They need 200 votes out of the 300 members. They have just under that, so they'll have to rely on some people from Yoon's own party to come over to their side. So we'll probably be expecting a lot more before the weekend is up.
Bloomberg's Katya Dmitrieva reports the opposition is also pursuing treason charges against South Korea's defense and safety ministers. The defense minister has offered to resign. The crisis sent South Korea's currency plunging as much as 3% before it regained most of its losses. Bank of Korea Governor Ri Chang-yong says markets are stabilizing.
Actually, I'm very happy that the impact has been short-lived. Definitely, we have to see how these political events will evolve. In the meantime, we focus on providing ample liquidity to stabilize the market.
And BOK Governor Ri Chang-yong tells Bloomberg it's not likely that interest rates will have to come down in response to a short-lived political event.
Turning to politics at home now, Karen, President-elect Donald Trump may be making a change to one of his key cabinet picks. Let's get the latest on that with Bloomberg's John Tucker. John.
And Nathan, the Wall Street Journal reports Trump is considering Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as a possible replacement for Pete Hegseth to run the Pentagon. Hegseth, the former Fox News host, facing accusations of alcohol abuse on the job and sexual misconduct. The New Yorker magazine has written about a whistleblower report on missing money from veterans organizations that he ran. On Capitol Hill yesterday, South Carolina Republican Senator Lindsey Graham voiced his concerns.
Some of these articles are very disturbing. He, obviously has a chance to defend himself here, but, some of this stuff is going to be difficult.
Well, the choice of DeSantis would be a remarkable turn. The Florida governor's decision to challenge Trump in the 2024 GOP primary began a bitter war between the two, with Trump casting DeSantis as disloyal. In New York, I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, John, thank you. Well, Trump's pick for Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent plans to meet this week with key Republicans as he begins preparing for confirmation hearings. Sources say the veteran hedge fund manager will meet with Senate Republican leader John Thune later today. A spokesperson for Trump's transition team says Bessent also plans to meet other key Senate Republicans, including incoming number 2 leader John Barrasso this week.
And as the president-elect continues filling his cabinet, Karen, his transition team's working to get them confirmed. And we get more on that from Bloomberg's Amy Morris in Washington.
The team signed an agreement to allow the Justice Department to conduct background checks on his nominees and appointees after a weeks-long delay. The step lets Trump transition aides and future administration staffers obtain security clearances before Inauguration Day to access classified information about ongoing government programs. It also allows those nominees who are up for Senate confirmation to get those background checks lawmakers want before they vote on them. In Washington, Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Amy, thank you. Well, Donald Trump will be in New York tomorrow to be honored at an annual awards show hosted by Fox News. The president-elect says he will receive the Fox Patriot of the Year award. Adweek says Fox News has seen its ratings increase since Trump's election victory last month.
Turning to markets now, Karen, futures are higher once again after yet another record close on Wall Street. The S&P 500 notched its 55th record of the year. Jeff Kleintop, chief global strategist at Charles Schwab, says investors should look outside the U.S. next year.
I really like what I'm seeing in Europe. I like outside the U.S. for 2025. And I know you see headlines as to what's going on in Europe, and you think, well, how could you like this? But look, we're likely to see accelerating global economic growth outside the U.S. and China. And that means countries like France, better economic growth next year than we saw last year. We've seen rolling recessions through many of these major economies over the last 6 quarters, and earnings recessions as well. That's likely to change in 2025. So rising economic and earnings growth points me in the direction of some of these economies that are rebounding, like what we're seeing in Europe.
Charles Schwab's Jeff Kleintop says a trade war could pose the biggest risk to global growth in 2025.
Well, Nathan, let's take a look at some stocks on the move this morning. Shares of Salesforce are up about 13.
क्या लिखा हुआ है आपने? क्रूड अगर एफईजी पे होल्ड नहीं किया तो नीचे आ सकता है क्या? हाँ, अगर ये एफईजी पे होल्ड नहीं किया तो बिल्कुल इसको आना चाहिए. वैसे ये एफईजी पे 2 बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है यहाँ पर. एक तो मॉर्निंग पे जो अभी देखोगे कल जो क्लोजिंग हुई थी वो एग्जैक्टली एफईजी पर ही हुई थी, तो मॉर्निंग पे भी मार्केट एफईजी पर ही था. सुबह 9 बजे की कैंडल देखोगे तो वहां पर एक बार सपोर्ट ले चुका है. ये सेकंड टाइम सपोर्ट ले चुका है. दिस थर्ड टाइम प्राइस आ रहा है वहां पर वापस. एक चीज फेवरेबल है कि यहाँ पर मार्केट ने हायर हाई बनाया है. तो अगर एफईजी होल्ड करता है तो हो सकता है वापस थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक दे, अगर नहीं तो फिर एफईजी ब्रेक करके निकलता है तो फिर नीचे आना चाहिए इसको। बट बिकॉज हायर हाई फॉर्म हुआ है तो इट माइट पॉसिबल कि थोड़ा बहुत रुकने की कोशिश करे, डिपेंड ऑन द कैंडल। फिलहाल के लिए वो कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई है तो वहां पर तो कुछ खास करना मत। करंट कैंडल दैट इज ओपन इक्वल टू हाई। वॉइस लो आ रही है, नाउ इट इज गुड, अब सही आ रही है। नहीं, न्यूज़ का वॉल्यूम तो अब कम कर दिया है, आई होप अब सही आ रही होगी। अब भी नहीं आ रही क्या? नाउ इट इज क्लियर। ठीक है, लेवल है। वहीं जी, नाउ इट इज गुड, ग्रेट। ओ, अगर न्यूज चल रही होगी बैकग्राउंड में तो शायद थोड़ा कम आ रही होगी। नाउ इट इज गुड आई थिंक। ठीक है, क्रूड ऑयल में कोई सेलिंग में थे तो एग्जिट कर सकते हो गाइस। किसी को अगर ट्रेल करना है, वैसे तो अभी 6:30 के बाद शायद थोड़ा और वॉल्यूम आ जाए। कोई अगर ट्रेल करना चाह रहा है तो 60-70% क्वांटिटी बुक करके अगर एक से ज़्यादा लॉट है तो ट्रेल कर सकते हो। ठीक है, एफयूजी देखोगे तो 2 बार टेस्ट कर चुका है, एक हायर हाई बना तो जरूर है। थोड़ा बहुत अगर सपोर्ट ले लिया तो ले लिया, नहीं तो अगर ये ब्रेक करता है तो फिर थोड़ा सा ये ट्रेड थोड़ा बड़ा टारगेट दे सकता है। बाकी ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस है, वापस ऊपर आएगा तो वापस सेल कर सकते हैं जोन पे। बाकी अगर एफईजी नीचे सस्टेन कर गया ब्रेक डाउन करके थोड़ा बहुत, तो फिर ये यहाँ तक जा सकता है उस केस में। अभी तो फिलहाल के लिए इतना ही है, तो कोई सेलिंग में है, इफ़ यू वांट टू बुक, बुक कर सकते हो। अगर ट्रेल करना चाह रहे हो एक दो क्वांटिटी, एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख के ट्रेल कर लो। अगर हाई लेवल से सेल किया, वापस ऊपर आएगा तो वापस सेल कर देना, किसी ने अगर नहीं किया है। यहाँ बीच में मत करना अभी। बाकी नेचुरल गैस पे फोकस रखो, वो भी रिटेस्ट जोन पर ही है, थोड़ा बहुत सपोर्ट लेता है, थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक यहाँ से इसमें भी पॉसिबल है। याद रखना, ये रिटेस्ट ऑलरेडी एक बार कर चुका है पास में, ये सेकेंड टाइम आएगा रिटेस्ट करने। इसके अलावा और कोई सपोर्ट नहीं है वहां पर। नेचुरल गैस में भी सेलिंग में है, तो वो भी थोड़ा बहुत चाहे तो प्रॉफिट बुक कर सकता है। हाई लेवल से कहीं सेल करके रखा हुआ था मार्केट, मॉर्निंग पे अपने रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही था। या रेजिस्टेंस जोन पर ही था। 10 पॉइंट कलेक्ट कर दिए, ग्रेट। भी करते रहो गाइस, डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। आज न्यूज़ थोड़ी ज़्यादा है, ध्यान रखना जो लोग गोल्ड और सिल्वर में ट्रेड करते हैं स्पेशली, बुक कर लो। कि क्रूड ऑयल लेट्स सी ये ब्रेक करता है क्या एफईजी को। मुझे लग रहा है थोड़ा बहुत तो पुल बैक देगा शायद यहाँ से, क्योंकि ये एक हायर हाई फॉर्मेशन जरूर है यहाँ पर। थोड़े बहुत बायर यहाँ पर पेंडिंग जरूर बचे होंगे अभी। गोल्ड का चार्ट ना 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे एनालिसिस कर लेते हैं, थोड़ा सा बेटर रहेगा, क्योंकि न्यूज़ बहुत सारी हैं 15 मिनट में। इट माइट पॉसिबल कि लेवल्स न्यूज़ पे ब्रेक होते चले जाएं। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन होने वाला है नेक्स्ट 30 मिनट में। थोड़ा और मोर वॉल्यूम एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे हम दोनों में ही, क्रूड ऑयल और नेचुरल गैस में। एंड 6:45 पे पहला डेटा है फॉर गोल्ड, एडीपी नॉन फार्म एम्प्लॉयमेंट का। 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का एक बार लेवल देख लेते हैं गोल्ड और सिल्वर में, बेटर रहेगा। सो पिवट सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस और आपके इतने अलग क्यों होते हैं? हर किसी का अपना अपना अलग अलग कैलकुलेशन है, इसलिए थोड़ा बहुत अलग अलग होते हैं। बाकी जो पिवट पॉइंट है उसकी कैलकुलेशन थोड़ी अलग तरीके से की जाती है। पुल बैक आ सकता है थोड़ा बहुत, एफईजी है वहां पर छोटा सा एक। Reuters poll, Indian rupees forecast to hit record low of 84.85 dollar by end of February, $85.12 by end May 2025, and $85.49 by end of November 2025. मतलब इंडियन रुपीस अगर आप बात करो तो इंडियन रुपीस आने वाले समय में, अगर मैं आज से एक साल बाद की बात करूं, तो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली और गिरने ही वाला है। इंडियन रुपीस की पिटाई होने वाली है लग रहा है। करंट रेट से आई थिंक ऑलमोस्ट ₹1 और गिर जाएगा, 84.85। इसी स्पीड से गिरते रहे तो अगले 10 सालों में 95 पहुंच जाएंगे, $1 इक्वल टू 95 रुपीस।
.5%. The top seller of customer relations management software reported quarterly revenue that topped analyst estimates, and that's boosting investor hopes that the company's much-hyped strategy for artificial intelligence products will lift financial results.
And it just so happens Karen shares of Marvell are also up about 13.5%. The chipmaker delivered better than expected results and an upbeat earnings forecast, citing demand for artificial intelligence computing.
And let's turn to the economy now, Nathan. The Federal Reserve's last policy decision comes 2 weeks from today, and investors will be looking for clues on the future of rates from Jay Powell later today. The Fed chair speaks at the New York Times Deal Book Summit at 1:40 Wall Street time. You can hear his comments live on Bloomberg Radio, television, and the Bloomberg Podcast YouTube page. Meanwhile, Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee says rates need to be lower.
Over the next year, it feels to me like rates come down a fair amount from where they are now. Just the inflation series is kind of my pet metric.
इन्वेंट्री देखोगे तो लास्ट टाइम -1.8 थे, इस बार -1.6 है। मतलब लास्ट वीक के कंपैरिजन में थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा ये एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं। तो अगर -1.6 से ज़्यादा आया एक्चुअल डेटा भी, सो इट इज़ नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस को गिरना चाहिए। तो फोरकास्ट के अकॉर्डिंग तो यही फोरकास्ट कर रहे हैं कि प्राइस को गिरना चाहिए। लेट्स सी एग्जैक्ट डेटा कितना आता है।
It's the most important part is to look at inflation and not just the aggregate, to kind of break out the categories. And so my pet thing has been housing inflation.
And Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee's comments were echoed by San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly, who said rates should continue to fall. Time now for the Bloomberg Sports Update, and we bring in John Stashower. John.
Thanks, Karen. The college football playoff used to be 4 teams. Now it's 12, and that means a team like Alabama, despite 3 losses, is as of now in the field, according to the committee, who has Bama as of
jobs data and Fed speak
at Notre Dame. Looks like the team that's left out might.
Very own Josh Schaefer.
Hey, Josh, I want to start with some labor market data that we got out this morning. That's from the month of October. It's the job openings and labor turnover survey. And one economist said it might be a sign of the labor market finding a floor, that slowdown that we've seen in the labor market, perhaps finding a bottom. This, of course, Josh, is not the big jobs report we're going to get on Friday that looks at November. This is looking at October, but it's a very detailed report. And what we're looking at here is job openings coming in at 7.74 million. And when you see 7.74 million, the key part here, little bit of an uptick. We had sort of just been trending down for months. So to see a little bit of an uptick, and you're back at levels where if we look all the way across here, you're slightly above pre-pandemic levels. So maybe you're holding at a steady level with job openings and you're not just going to see them keep moving lower. That would be a general positive. The other note to highlight out of this report, quits ticked up. So the quit rate is seen as a sign of confidence in workers. I'm only going to quit my job if I feel like I can go get another one, right? So as people feel more sour about the labor market, remember we had a lot of softer jobs data in the summer, right? Quits rate was coming down. Even when you look back in the past year, Josh, 2008, your quits rate goes way down, right? So to see the quits rate coming back up, perhaps a sign that people are starting to feel a little bit better about going out there and finding a job. It is by no means the labor market of 2021 where people are going out and getting big pay bumps and everybody's got a new job, but maybe we're in an okay labor market, a cooling but not concerningly cold labor market.
Cooling, not crashing.
Cooling, not crashing.
I was going to ask you what you think Jay Powell makes of the report.
I think overall what economists say that Jay Powell would make of this report is probably still a cut in December, and it doesn't really do that much for the narrative going into next year. At this point, it seems like if we're going to get more Fed rate cuts than we assume right now, the market's pricing in about 2. If you're going to see a lot more Fed rate cuts, you would probably have to see a lot weaker numbers. So you would have to see the job openings coming down significantly. You would have to see the quits rate shooting down. Essentially, Josh, the economy not doing well in an economy that looks like it needs a lot of rate cuts. Economists look at this data and say this looks like an economy that's, it's doing all right. It's doing all right. It doesn't need immediate help from the Fed.
All right, Schaefer, point number 2.
Strategists coming out with more S&P 500 targets, and I want to hit on one trend, Josh. So first we'll highlight today was our new target, the new Wall Street high, Wells Fargo, 7007, little fun number there, a little James Bond reference for us. But one thing that Chris Harvey highlighted in that was a stronger than expected economy. And yesterday you guys were talking to the head of U.S. equity strategy at RBC Capital Markets, Laurie Calvasina, and she talked about that economy. Josh, I want to play a clip for us and hear what she had to say.
Generally, what we've seen is that whether you're looking on sort of a quarterly basis or the annual forecasts, that GDP forecasts have started out too low and are constantly being revised up higher. That's the complete opposite of what we saw in the post-GFC world, kind of post-GFC pre-COVID, where GDP forecasts were constantly overestimated and had to be pulled down. I think that people, frankly, are still stuck in that post-GFC pre-COVID world.
So what Calvasina is explaining there, Josh, is the economy keeps coming in better than expected, right? So what she did in her forecast was she said, instead of 1.1 to 2, consensus is right around 2 right now, I'm going to go 2.1 to 3 as my GDP range. Look at what that does to your average annual return. A lot better than 1.1 or 2, right? And that's been a trend among a lot of these strategists is maybe the economy comes in better than expected, and that's usually a good sign for stocks. When you fall into this range, anything 1.1 to 0, you're probably in a slowing economy, which would mean perhaps we're headed for recession. Eventually that would hit corporate earnings. Right now it looks like you're still in a strong economic growth environment. That's a part of the reason why people think stocks go up.
We've had a couple strategists on this week who had their SPX targets for 2025. They were both like high single digits, I would say, Josh. Is where they were kind of clustering.
Yeah, so if you flip over here, this isn't all of the targets we have. You go a little bit lower than 6,600, you're probably at the high single digit range, depending on where we close exactly today. This might be high single digits. It's kind of normal, right? That's basically saying we think stocks will have a normal year.
It's nice.
Perhaps,
it's nice. It's not
perhaps
fireworks.
Noteworthy, though, the most important part of that, stocks almost never have a normal year. The average S&P 500 annual return is about 11%. It rarely ever actually returns 11%. So really what we get out of these targets is a little bit more direction than actual number. These numbers, they're going to move around a lot over the next year, but right now the direction that people think the market is going is up. Is it exactly going to hit 7007, Josh? I don't know. It'd be cool if it did.
We'll see. Joshua, thank you.
राहुल रायकर जी क्या चटपटा लगाइए, चटपटा ही है सर, ये क्या करें। Okay, 6:30 होने वाला है guys, ध्यान रखना। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन almost going to open in few minutes.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow. We start with breaking news out this morning. General Motors will incur more than $5 billion in charges and write-downs tied to its troubled operations in China. We get more with Bloomberg Markets Live editor Noor Al-Ali.
The company's been trying to salvage what was once a profitable business in what is the world's largest car market. But, if you look at the numbers, they're not looking too good. GM's business in China declined significantly. It's seen a loss of about 350 million or so in the first 9 months of the year. That compares to a $2 billion annual profit in 2017.
And that's Bloomberg's Noor Al-Ali. Chinese automakers have flourished thanks to massive government subsidies and a flurry of new models that consumers have snapped up. Eli Lilly said its weight loss drug Zepbound outperformed rival Novo Nordisk's Wegovy in the first head-to-head trial of the two blockbusters. In a study sponsored by Lilly, people treated with Zepbound lost an average of 20% of their body weight, or about 50 pounds, over 72 weeks, while those who got Wegovy shed 14%. The results confirm earlier trials of the two drugs that indicated a stronger impact from Zepbound. Side effects were mostly gastrointestinal related and similar for both drugs. U.S. mortgage rates dropped to the lowest level since mid-October and spurred a financing flurry for home purchases during the week that included the Thanksgiving holiday. The contract rate on a 30-year mortgage decreased 17 basis points, the biggest weekly slide since August, to 6.69% in the week that ended November 29th, that according to the Mortgage Bankers Association. The group's index of home purchase applications advanced a seasonally adjusted 5.6% to the highest level since the start of the year. Now we go to the latest on the turmoil in France. Prime Minister Michel Barnier is facing a vote of no confidence later today. Far-right leader Marine Le Pen and her National Rally Party have promised to support a motion from a left-wing coalition that would topple the government. During an interview on French television last night, Michel Barnier said it's possible that the measure would not be approved.
I hope so, and it's indeed possible. It depends on the members of the National Assembly, each whom has a responsibility to the French people, to the voters of their constituency, and before France too, which is at a rather serious moment.
Prime Minister Michel Barnier speaking through an interpreter during an interview broadcast on French television. Lawmakers in Paris will begin debating the motions at 10 a.m. Wall Street time, with a vote expected later. President Emmanuel Macron called on French lawmakers to set aside their personal ambition and reject the vote that would topple the government. Another political crisis taking place in South Korea. Opposition leaders have filed a motion to impeach President Yoon Suk-yeol. That's after he briefly declared martial law to try to break a political deadlock. We get more from Bloomberg reporter Soo-hee Kim in Seoul.
6 opposition parties propose a motion to impeach President Yoon and military minister as well as safety minister. So earlier, the main opposition party said they'd charge Yoon over treason charges for declaring martial law illegally. So the National Assembly is likely to put it on the vote as early as this Friday.
Bloomberg reporter Soo-hee Kim in Seoul says President Yoon Suk-yeol's move triggered widespread anger, and he faces calls to resign, with some predicting that his days as president are numbered. President-elect Donald Trump may be making a change to one of his key cabinet picks. The Wall Street Journal reports Trump may be turning to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis to be defense secretary. It would be a remarkable turn of events, since the two were considered bitter rivals after DeSantis challenged Trump in the GOP primary. DeSantis would replace Pete Hegseth, who has come under increasing scrutiny. Hegseth spent a second day yesterday on Capitol Hill, meeting privately with Republican senators. The Fox News host is facing accusations of alcohol abuse on the job and sexual misconduct. The New Yorker magazine has written about a whistleblower report on missing money from veterans organizations he ran. Trump's pick for Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent planning to meet this week with key Republicans as he begins preparing for confirmation hearings. Sources say the veteran hedge fund manager will meet with Senate Republican leader John Thune later today. S&P futures on the rise this morning, up 0.3%. Dow futures up 0.5%. NASDAQ futures up 0.6%. 10-year Treasury yield at 4.25%. This is we await comments later today from Fed Chair Jay Powell. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Karen Moscow, and this is Bloomberg.
The force
weapons via Jordan into the West Bank, and of course to provide training and weapons flows into Lebanon. Last, Iran is able to use Damascus as an air hub, so it brings militants, to include the Houthis, to Syria, puts them on a plane in Damascus, sends them to Iran for extensive training and ideological vetting. So the loss of this territory would be a significant pressure on Iran's entire proxy architecture.
Norman, is there a takeaway that it just took days for rebels in Syria to topple some of the Assad regime in key cities after years of fighting, after the removal of the pressures of Iran, but also with Russia? It's sort of a perfect storm of the Ukraine-Russia war, as well as what's going on with Israel and Gaza and Hezbollah. How much is this just the beginning of a certain percolation of other conflicts in regions that have essentially been hosts to proxy wars between Iran and Russia and the West?
A great question. So what we've seen in Aleppo is that the Russians, the Iranians, and the Syrians each suffered a significant intelligence failure. They did not see Hayat Tahrir al-Shams, the opposition group that took Aleppo, prepare for this attack and infiltrate the city. Right now, the rebels have moved, or the opposition have moved south, and they're now pressuring Syria's fourth largest city, Hama. Hama and Homs, about 24 kilometers south, are critical to maintain the connection line between Damascus and Russian bases on the Mediterranean. What you're looking at is a system that is eroded, not just in intelligence, but in its response capacity. Russia is now responding traditionally with airstrikes, to include reportedly on hospitals, much as it did in the past. You're going to see Iran move personnel and weaponry, shift its Afghan and PAC militias in Syria, and bring in elements of Iraqi militias into country as well. But what you're not going to see is a large Hezbollah portion from Lebanon. We're seeing a region that has changed. I would caution that it's too early to say that the Assad regime is going to collapse, or that the Quds force in Iran is going to lose its control of Syria. These are early days in this conflict.
That said, Norman, the fact that you're seeing this sort of rejiggering in political force in the Middle East comes at a time that we're talking about developed markets struggling with government dissolution, whether it's from South Korea and what that means for North Korea, whether it's France, what that means for the support of Ukraine. What are the hot spots you're looking at to potentially be new nodes of conflict as you do see this political turmoil around the world and a changing in the geopolitical order?
Yemen remains the most prominent potential hotspot. The Houthis have maintained their architecture. They are available for Iran to replenish, retrain, and reposture. They are geographically located on a major trade outlet, the Bab el-Mandab, and they're able to threaten the prosperity of the Gulf Cooperation Council with missile and drone strikes. Yemen is a problem that the world has ignored, and I believe it will pay the price for doing so in the future. In terms of Syria, Lebanon, perhaps Libya, and other the broken states of the region, we're seeing more of the same. I would say that you're watching the Saudis, the Emiratis, continue their efforts to see if they can pull Assad from Iran into the Arab fold. This is difficult. And last, you are seeing the Gulf Cooperation Council, particularly the Saudis and the Emiratis, with their engine of prosperity and transformation through technology, try to improve conditions from throughout the region and in Africa. And I think there's a positive story there that should give us hope for the region and its ability to calm a number of conflicts.
When it comes back to the Houthis, though, Norm, do you see sufficient deterrence from the world stage, from the United States?
I see no evidence of deterrence. The Houthis continue to conduct attacks against American military shipping and American shipping. The United States has successfully, with its partners, defended against those attacks, and the United States, with its partners, has successfully degraded considerable elements of Houthis' capacity. But they continue to fire, and the definition of deterrence is that they would stop firing. What we're watching is a policy that did not prioritize deterrence play out.
Norman Rule, always fantastic to get your perspective and insights, sir. The former senior U.S. intelligence official. On that final point, a very important point, a big challenge for the incoming administration to re-establish deterrence once again in the region.
Especially when it comes to Norm's point, the Houthis and the Red Sea, the fact that you still have Western vessels unable to use the Red Sea because they are concerned about Houthi rebels. Also, watch Syria. Norm's point, if Iran loses a stronghold in Syria, what does that mean in terms of Iran being able to support their proxies, whether that's Hamas or Lebanese Hezbollah.
A new front in a fragile region. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here's your Bloomberg brief with Danny Berger. Hey, Danny.
Hey, John. Trump's pick for Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent plans to meet this week with key Republicans as he begins preparing for confirmation hearings. Sources say the veteran hedge fund manager will meet with Senate Republican leader John Thune later today. A spokesperson for Trump's transition team says that Bessent also plans to meet with other key Senate Republicans, including the incoming number 2 leader John Barrasso this week. Meta is seeking up to 4 gigawatts of new nuclear energy for its data centers. It's looking for proposals to deliver reactor capacity starting in the early 2030s. The announcement also follows similar ones from Alphabet, Amazon, and Microsoft looking to invest in reactor tech to power their AI offerings. Shares of Eli Lilly moving higher by more than 1% in the early trade. Lilly reporting that its blockbuster weight loss drug Zepbound outperformed rival Novo Nordisk Wegovy in the first head-to-head trial. It was a study sponsored by Lilly where people treated with Zepbound lost an average of 20% of their body weight over 72 weeks. Those who got Wegovy shed 14%. And that's your brief, John.
Hey, Danny, thank you. More from Danny in 30 minutes' time. Up next on the program, setting up for a December cut.
I view the economy as being in a good position after making significant progress in recent years towards our dual mandate of maximum employment and stable prices.
That conversation up next, live from New York. This is Bloomberg TV.
Guys, New York session is going to open in next 13 minute, 12 minute now. If anybody have any open position, please put your SL on system. We don't know किस side momentum हो जाए market में, थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना. Volatility थोड़ी बहुत expected है. Crude oil देखो sideways है because नीचे वहाँ पर एक support बना हुआ है और ऊपर resistance है 1 hour time frame पे जो फिलहाल मुझे दिख रहा है. बाकी क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे एफई से थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक, थोड़े बहुत जो बायर बचे हुए हैं स्टिल मार्केट को ऊपर लेके जा रहे हैं. रीजन बिहाइंड दैट एक हायर हाई फॉर्म हुआ है उस एफईजी से. मार्केट ने उस एफईजी पर एक हायर हाई फॉर्म किया था तो थोड़े बहुत बायर यहाँ पर डेफिनेटली होंगे जो प्राइस को ऊपर लेके जा रहे हैं. इंपॉर्टेंट है क्या ये और एक और हायर हाई बना पाएंगे या नहीं, क्योंकि अगर अब ये हायर हाई नहीं बना पाते हैं और प्राइस नीचे आता है, मान लो इस तरह से एक लोअर हाई क्रिएट हो जाता है, हाई लोअर हाई, तब फिर एफईजी ब्रेक होने के चांसेस बहुत ज़्यादा है. 630 लेट्स सी, डेटा भी है 645 पर. नेचुरल गैस काफ़ी ज़्यादा बेरिस बना हुआ है स्टिल, रीटेस्ट जोन पर ही है. लेट्स सी थोड़ा करता है रीटेस्ट एग्जैक्टली, तो नहीं करता है तो फिर नीचे सपोर्ट काफ़ी दूर है और कोई नया सपोर्ट बनेगा, वी विल सी अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट. अदरवाइज वो थोड़ा सा बड़ा है ना, छोटा कर देता है। सिल्वर ब्रेकडाउन, एक सेकेंड यार, सिल्वर में लेवल बनाए नहीं है, वो गोल्ड में ही लेवल बनाए हैं, वो भी 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे। सिल्वर को देख लेता हूँ मैं एक बार, रुक जाओ। सिल्वर को देखोगे उससे पहले गोल्ड को देख लेते हैं। नहीं, तबीयत सही है, कोई सुनिए। बस कल थोड़ा सा काफी लेट लाइव स्ट्रीम करी थी, रात को 2 बजे। जो लोग लाइव होंगे उनको पता होगा, इसलिए थोड़ा सा। 6 मिनट इज लेफ्ट। गोल्ड को देखोगे, सिल्वर को भी देख लेते हैं। वैसे गोल्ड मैंने 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का लेवल लगा देता हूँ, क्योंकि अभी न्यूज़ बहुत सारी है ना, 15 मिनट में लगाऊंगा तो बेटर, शायद सही ना रहे। बाकी फिर सिल्वर को भी अभी देख लेंगे, लाइक कहाँ पर बन सकता है। ठीक है, तो ये वैसे तो देखो ऊपर साइडवेज ही है। दिस इज कम्प्लीटली साइडवेज राइट नाउ। तो देखो नीचे ये 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का चार्ट है, क्रूड गोल्ड में, ध्यान रखना। इसमें नीचे 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे सपोर्ट अच्छा है 2560 के अराउंड, 2560 से 2555, ये 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का सपोर्ट अच्छा है। एंड उसके अलावा देखोगे तो ये बीच में आपका रीटेस्ट है, ये वैसे तो हो चुका है काफ़ी बार रीटेस्ट, आई डोंट नो अब ये होल्ड भी करेगा या नहीं करेगा। ये एक रेजिस्टेंस था यहाँ पर, इसका ब्रेकआउट हुआ, एक बार रीटेस्ट यहाँ किया है, दूसरी बार यहाँ किया है, और इसने हायर हाई बनाया नहीं है, यहाँ पर लोअर हाई क्रिएट हुआ है, तो ये कहीं ना कहीं रीटेस्ट अब थोड़ा वीक होना चाहिए। तो नीचे की रीटेस्ट है मार्केट के पास। ये कर चुका है वैसे रीटेस्ट, इस लेवल पे ज़्यादा बार कर चुका है, हायर हाई बनाया नहीं है, तो थोड़ा सा वीक रीटेस्ट जोन है ये। बट अगर यहाँ पर रुकता है तो थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ से पुल बैक आने के चांसेस हैं। थोड़ा वीक ही मान के चलना, सपोर्ट नीचे वाला ये काफ़ी अच्छा है, 2560 2555 के अराउंड। बाकी ये तो रीटेस्ट ही है। ऊपर मार्केट के पास एक रेजिस्टेंस बना ही हुआ है, 2659 2666, ये भी काफ़ी टाइम, ये भी एक सपोर्ट था, ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो ये भी 2-3 बार रीटेस्ट कर चुका है, तो ये दोनों ही लेवल रीटेस्ट के हैं। बीच में जहाँ पर अभी ये रुका हुआ है, ठीक है, दोनों ही रीटेस्ट मल्टीपल टाइम कर चुके हैं मार्केट। तो अब इन पे थोड़ा सा बाइंग सेलिंग ध्यान से करना, क्वांटिटी कम ही रखना। मेजर सपोर्ट नीचे है, फिर उसके अलावा 2560, बाकी बीच में ये लेवल देख रहे होगे, ये भी एक सपोर्ट ही है छोटा सा। मार्केट अभी भी ब्रेक नहीं कर पाया है इसको। अगर मान लो, क्योंकि ये सपोर्ट ही है, ओके, दिस इज अ सपोर्ट एरिया इन 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम। ये काफी देर से रुका हुआ है 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम के अकॉर्डिंग। अगर इसका ब्रेकडाउन हो जाए, लाइक कोई कैंडल क्लोज हो जाए इसके नीचे, 2635 के नीचे एक कैंडल क्लोज हो जाए इस तरह से 1 आवर की, तो फिर रीटेस्ट पे यहाँ पर अच्छा सेल किया सकता है, क्योंकि ये सपोर्ट है एग्जैक्टली, और ये मल्टीपल टाइम सपोर्ट ले गया है। अगर ब्रेकडाउन हुआ तो रीटेस्ट की तरह अच्छा काम करेगा, तो फिर उस केस में एक पॉसिबिलिटी ये है कि प्राइस अगर नीचे आता है, यहाँ से थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक आएगा, फिर ये रीटेस्ट करके ऐसे गिर सकता है उस केस में। अभी ब्रेक हुआ नहीं है तो ध्यान रखना, स्टिल ऑन द लेवल। जब तक कैंडल क्लोज नहीं होती तब तक ये भी एक सपोर्ट ही माना जाएगा। तो ओवरऑल देखोगे न्यूज़ की वजह से थोड़ा सा साइडवेज चल रहा है प्राइस इन क्रूड ऑयल। अगर आई कैंडल क्लोज हो गई तो आ जाएगा फिर तो नीचे। अगर ये 2635 के नीचे 1 आवर की, ये 1 आवर का टाइम फ्रेम का चार्ट है, कैंडल क्लोज होती है तो डायरेक्टली आ जाएगा। बाकी याद हो सकता है, देखो न्यूज़ पे डायरेक्टली गिर जाए, न्यूज़ का कुछ भरोसा नहीं है। फिलहाल ये सपोर्ट जरूर है, इतना जरूर बता दूं, ये सपोर्ट बना हुआ है यहाँ पर। एंड मार्केट यहाँ पर मल्टीपल टाइम 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे सपोर्ट ले लेके रुका हुआ है। अब न्यूज़ ही शायद इसको या तो नीचे ले जाएगी या फिर ऊपर थोड़ा सा ये बीच का लेवल रिमूव कर दे, तो फिर थोड़ा बेटर रहेगा, लाइक इस तरह से ट्रेड करने के लिए। या फिर अगर ऊपर भी जाए तो कुछ इस तरह से ये रिटेस्ट के लेवल को रिमूव कर दे, तो फिर ये एक अच्छा सपोर्ट बन जाएगा ऑलरेडी। बाकी कोई नया सपोर्ट बनेगा तो विल सी। तो फिलहाल ये साइडवेज है सपोर्ट पर। गोल्ड 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम 645 डेटा है, इंपॉर्टेंट, ध्यान रखना। क्रूड ऑयल बाई करें, अभी कहाँ से बाई करोगे? अगर बाई करना था तो एफई से कर सकते थे, वैसे मैं रिकमेंड करता नहीं हूँ एफई से बाइंग सेलिंग। पुल बैक वगैरह अगर ट्राई कर रहे थे तो एफई से कर सकते थे, अब तो निकल गया वो ऑलरेडी। यहाँ पर कोई लेवल नहीं है। सेल किया हुआ था तो प्रॉफिट आई होप बुक कर लिया होगा। ट्रेल कर रहे हो तो एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो, वापस रेजिस्टेंस एरिया पे आएगा वापस सेल कर देना। बाकी अब ये थोड़ा सा हायर अगर नीचे आता है तो फिर एफईजी ब्रेक होने के चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे, बिकॉज अब ये हायर हाई नहीं फॉर्म कर रहा है, लोअर हाई फॉर्म कर रहा है, तो उस केस में फिर यही टारगेट आपका एक्सपेंड हो सकता है नीचे। ओके 6:30 हो गया है, न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन। इस रीटेस्ट पे बताया ना, लेवल लगा रखा है देखो। बिटकॉइन में क्या बताना है, क्वेश्चन तो लिखो। सिर्फ इतना ही क्वेश्चन लिखा हुआ है, बिटकॉइन बताओ। बिटकॉइन में क्या बताऊं? ए बी सी डी ई एफ जी एच आई जे के एल एम एन ओ पी क्यू आर एस टी यू वी डब्ल्यू एक्स वाई जेड, या फिर क ख ग घ, लाइक ए फॉर एप्पल, और या क से कबूतर? व्हाट डू यू वांट टू want to know about बिटकॉइन? अब मिर्जापुर की तरह पूरा बताना पड़ेगा। क से कबूतर। इन्वेंट्री का फोरकास्ट अगर आता है तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग तो बेरिस ही है क्रूड ऑयल का फोरकास्ट एज पर द इन्वेंट्री। अब देखो एग्जैक्टली डेटा कितना आता है। हाँ वही कह रहा हूँ। फॉर एप्पल, बी फॉर बिटकॉइन, सी फॉर क्रूड। पर तो गया सिल्वर, बिल्कुल जा रहा है, जाते ही जा रहा है अब तो नीचे। न्यूयॉर्क सेशन ओपन हुआ है जस्ट करंट कैंडल पे, अच्छा वॉल्यूम आ गया इसमें। कहाँ तक गिर सकता है ये एक बार देख लेते हैं। इसमें तो सपोर्ट ही नहीं है। देखो लॉजिकली देखोगे तो इसमें कोई भी सपोर्ट नहीं है, एक नीचे बस एफईजी है जहां पर थोड़ा बहुत रुक सकता है प्राइस, अदरवाइज देयर इज नो सपोर्ट टिल फ्यूचर। फॉरेक्स चार्ट की बात कर रहा हूँ, सिल्वर की। हाँ अभी एफईजी पर ही पहुंच गया ये। वैसे तो दो बार यहाँ से सपोर्ट ले चुका है, दिस इज द थर्ड टाइम इस एफईजी पर है। अगर ये एफईजी होल्ड कर गया तो कर गया, क्योंकि एक हायर हाई बना है जस्ट लाइक क्रूड ऑयल। अगर नहीं करता है तो फिर एक सेकेंड इसको, ठीक है ये एफईजी के सपोर्ट पर है सिल्वर राइट नाउ। आ गया एफईजी तक, एग्जैक्टली सेम वही सेटअप है जो क्रूड ऑयल का बना है। एफईजी था वहां पर, एक हायर हाई बनाया था एफईजी से, तो थोड़ा बहुत बाइंग मुझे लग रहा है शायद पुल बैक आ जाए। अगर एफईजी गया नीचे तो 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम की बात कर रहा हूँ। इसमें सपोर्ट ही नहीं है, वाह। एक रीटेस्ट ही है इसमें, एक रेजिस्टेंस था उसका ब्रेकआउट हुआ था। वैसे तो एक बार रीटेस्ट कर चुका है, दिस इज सेकेंड टाइम वो उस रीटेस्ट पे आएगा सिल्वर 15 मिनट। तो अगर इस एफईजी पे सस्टेन नहीं करता है तो फिर नीचे जो रीटेस्ट जोन है वहां तक आ सकता है। अच्छा जोन है वो रीटेस्ट का मुझे लगता है बाइंग के लिए। इवन दो वहां पर भी बाइंग आ चुकी है, बट क्योंकि डीप लेवल से बाइंग नहीं आई है तो दैट इज अ गुड एरिया। सिल्वर का चार्ट ही लगा देता हूँ एक बार, गोल्ड के। गोल्ड भी ब्रेकडाउन 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे करना शुरू कर रहा है। याद रखना है 15 मिनट का चार्ट नहीं है, गोल्ड में 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का चार्ट लगाया हुआ है। बट इन सिल्वर, ये फॉरेक्स का चार्ट है सिल्वर का। ठीक है यहाँ पर एक छोटा सा ये एफईजी है मार्केट के पास। ठीक है जहाँ पर ये थोड़ा बहुत रुक सकता है अभी करंटली। एंड यहाँ पर एक रेजिस्टेंस था, ये ब्रेकआउट हुआ है। एग्जैक्टली शायद टच नहीं किया रिटेस्ट में, तो मुझे लग रहा है शायद ये रिटेस्ट भी अच्छा है अगर न्यूज़ पे नीचे आ भी गया तो। सो इट इज़ ऑन एफईजी सपोर्ट, हायर हाई फॉर्मेशन है। सो दे जब हाई पॉसिबिलिटी कि एक थोड़ा बहुत तो पुल बैक आना चाहिए इसमें इन सिल्वर। कौन सा जोन? एफईजी का ये है ना यहाँ पर, ये 30.53 से लेकर 30.42। यहाँ पर देखोगे तो ये एफईजी जब बना था इसने एक हायर हाई फॉर्म किया है यहाँ पर, तो थोड़ा बहुत पुल बैक शायद आ जाए। बट इसके नीचे एक सपोर्ट है, सपोर्ट क्या, वो भी रीटेस्ट ही है, बट वो अच्छा वाला रीटेस्ट है। थोड़ा बहुत यहाँ रुकना चाहिए मेरे अकॉर्डिंग। बाकी एग्जैक्टली और कोई सपोर्ट है नहीं तो। ठीक है, ये एफईजी है। बाकी 645 पे डेटा आ जाएगा, इसके बाद नेक्स्ट कैंडल पे सीधा डेटा ही है, थोड़ा ध्यान रखना। एग्जैक्टली क्या आएगा डेटा उस पर डिपेंड करेगा मार्केट किस तरह से मूव करता है। हाँ, वहां से बन सकती है, वो एक रिटेस्ट जोन है, अच्छा है, बट डेटा का ध्यान रखना, कैंडल ओपन इक्वल टू हाई ना हो। बाकी तो नॉर्मल हो तो चल जाएगा। एफईजी मींस फेयर वैल्यू गैप। एफईजी नहीं है वो, एफ वी, वी फॉर विशाखापट्टनम। ई फॉर एलिफेंट वाला ई नहीं है वो, वी फॉर विशाखापट्टनम वाला वी है। एक्सआरपी यूएसडी 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे देख लेते हैं। चार्ट दिख रहा होगा मेरा, सिल्वर का चार्ट नहीं दिख रहा क्या? सिल्वर का चार्ट दिख रहा होगा, आई होप सो। फेयर वैल्यू गैप होता है मार्केट में कभी कभी अनसर्टेनिटी की किन्हीं लेवल्स पे बनती है, तो वहां पर एफयूजी क्रिएट होते हैं। कहीं पर भी हो सकते हैं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि किसी एक पर्टिकुलर लेवल पे होंगे। ये ऊपर गया भी तो यहाँ पर अब ये छोटा सा सपोर्ट का ब्रेकडाउन हुआ है, तो ये रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम कर जाएगा। ज्यादा ऊपर जाने के चांसेस भी नहीं लग रहे सिल्वर के। या सिल्वर का 15 मिनट का है, गोल्ड का 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का चार्ट है। Sure. ठीक है, ऊपर अगर जाता भी है सिल्वर 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पे, तो यहाँ पर भी सपोर्ट का ब्रेकडाउन हुआ है, तो यहाँ पर भी एक एज अ रेजिस्टेंस ये लेवल है। ये भी स्ट्रांग ही है ऊपर, अभी तक रीटेस्ट किया नहीं है इसने एक बार भी। बाकी डिपेंड करता है न्यूज़ पे, न्यूज़ क्या क्या इम्पैक्ट होता है। ध्यान रखना नेक्स्ट कैंडल न्यूज़ की है, गोल्ड और सिल्वर में। नाउ लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द क्रूड ऑयल एंड नेचुरल गैस चार्ट। गोल्ड और सिल्वर का ही लगा देते हैं, डेटा भी आने वाला है ना। गोल्ड और सिल्वर का ही लगाओ एक। नेचुरल गैस वाला संभल के है, ये रिटेस्ट से किसी ने रिटेस्ट जोन से बाई किया हुआ है, तो ये रिटेस्ट जोन ऑलरेडी एक बार रिटेस्ट कर चुका है यहाँ पर। ये गैप अप दिख रहा होगा ना, ये रिटेस्ट करके गया हुआ है ऊपर, सेकेंड टाइम आया है रिटेस्ट पे। ऊपर जो एफईजी होंगे जितने भी, वो एज अ रेजिस्टेंस की तरह काम करेंगे इन नेचुरल गैसेज। जितने भी आपको एफईजी यहाँ पर दिखेंगे बीच में, ऑल दीज आर द रेजिस्टेंस एरिया, फर्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस यही है सारे के सारे। दिस अ फर्स्ट रेजिस्टेंस इन नेचुरल गैस। ये एक एफईजी है यहाँ पर छोटा सा, प्राइस रुकेगा यहाँ पर। जो लोग बाइंग में है ध्यान रखना, इसके ऊपर जाएगा तो थोड़ा और ऊपर जा सकता है, अदरवाइज यहाँ पर एक रिजेक्शन है इसके पास। तो एसएल कॉस्ट पर रख लो या थोड़ा बुक भी कर लो, फिर ट्रेल कर सकते हो नेचुरल गैस को। भूल गया सॉरी, एक्सआरपी यूएसडी। ठीक है वो भी देख रहा हूँ, एक सेकंड। एक्सआरपी यूएसडी, ये नेचुरल गैस में जो लोग बाइंग में है अपना एसएल थोड़ा ट्रेल कर लेना। ऊपर एफईजी है वहां पर एक, मार्केट अभी डाउन ट्रेंड में चल रहा है, तो जितने भी एफईजी होंगे वहां पर लिक्विडिटी रहती है थोड़ी बहुत सेलर्स की। ओके 1 minute लेफ्ट, टर्न ऑन टू द डेटा नाउ। ब्रेक हो जाएगी। थर्टी सेकेंड्स आर लेफ्ट। क्रूड ऑयल में सेलिंग का ही ट्रेड था, उसका टारगेट हो गया था। किसी ने अगर एफईजी से पुल बैक के लिए बाई किया होगा, थोड़ा बहुत प्रॉफिट हो गया होगा। वैसे मैं एफईजी से बाइंग सेलिंग रिकमेंड करता नहीं हूँ, बट अगर किसी ने किया होगा तो वापस आईडे हाई पे वापस सेल कर सकते हो। ओके डेटा आ गया है शायद, डेटा इज काइंड ऑफ पॉजिटिव। फ्लैट फ्लैट ही लिया है। देखो मार्केट का डेटा वैसे तो फ्लैट ही है, वेबसाइट ने फ्लैट लिया है। फोरकास्ट 152,000 का था, एक्चुअल डेटा आया है 146,000। वेबसाइट इसको फ्लैट लेके चल रहा है, शायद डिफरेंस बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं है इसलिए। बट अगर थोड़ा बहुत जितना डिफरेंस है उसको कैलकुलेट करोगे तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग डेटा पॉजिटिव ही है। ठीक है, तो इफ़ यू वांट टू टेक दिस एज अ फ्लैट, तो मैं फ्लैट ही मानूंगा, बिकॉज वेबसाइट फ्लैट मान रही है तो ज़्यादा उसमें कुछ कर नहीं सकते। बट हाँ, अगर आप थोड़ा सा एग्जैक्टली डेटा को देखते हो तो इट इज़ अ पॉजिटिव। लेट्स सी क्या मूव ऑन होता है। एज पर द वेबसाइट इट इज़ फ्लैट। एडीपी नॉन फार्म एम्प्लॉयमेंट चेंज का जो डेटा है वो फ्लैट है बिल्कुल वेबसाइट के अकॉर्डिंग। बट क्योंकि डिफरेंस बहुत माइन्यूट सा है, 152,000 एक्सपेक्टेड था, 146,000 आया है, तो थोड़ा सा जितना भी वो माइन्यूट सा डिफरेंस है उसको कैलकुलेट करोगे तो उसके अकॉर्डिंग इट इज पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर, नेगेटिव फॉर डॉलर इंडेक्स। लेट्स सी किस तरह से प्ले आउट होता है। कोई बड़ी कैंडल तो मैं एक्सपेक्ट नहीं कर रहा हूँ, बिकॉज डेटा फ्लैट लिया है वेबसाइट ने, तो किसी भी साइड मूव हो सकता है। एंड सिल्वर इज स्टिल ऑन एफईजी। गोल्ड 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे भी एफईजी सपोर्ट पर ही है। अभी भी कैंडल क्लोज हुई नहीं है तो ब्रेकडाउन हुआ नहीं है। ओके बाकी अब सीधा आपका 8 PM पर यूएस मार्केट की ओपनिंग होगी, और फिर 8:15 पर और 8:30 पर डेटा है, वो थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट करेगा, ध्यान रखना। 9 PM क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री, 8 बजे के बाद शायद फिर मोमेंटम भी ना हो इन क्रूड ऑयल। ओके लेट्स मूव ऑन टू द क्रूड ऑयल एंड नेचुरल गैस चार्ट। ठीक है, ये क्रूड ऑयल में सेलिंग का ही ट्रेड था, ऊपर रेजिस्टेंस था, वहाँ से थोड़ी बहुत सेलिंग आई। यहाँ पर एफईजी बना हुआ था इस पर्टिकुलर एरिया पे, देख रहे होगे तो ये मार्केट ने एक हायर हाई फॉर्म किया था यहाँ पर ये, एफईजी पर पहली बार सपोर्ट लेने के बाद तो थोड़े बहुत बायर बचे होंगे, इट मीन्स वहाँ पर तो वही थोड़ा बहुत प्राइस को वापस पुश कर रहे हैं अपर साइड की ओर। ओवरऑल व्यू देखोगे तो इंट्राडे का रेंज बाउंड है, साइडवेज कह सकते हो इस रेंज के अंदर। हाई टाइम फ्रेम देखोगे तो कल जिस तरह से बाइंग आई थी थोड़ा सा पॉजिटिव कह सकते हो। एफईजी के नीचे ही थोड़ा सा बेरिस होगा 15 मिनट टाइम फ्रेम पर। किसी ने अगर एफईजी से पुल बैक के लिए बाई किया है तो ट्रेल कर लेना, अगर फिर से रिजेक्शन लेता है डे हाई से तो वहां से वापस सेलिंग। बाकी अगर देखो जितना मोमेंटम है नेक्स्ट 1 आवर में एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो टिल 7 PM, फिर 9 PM पे इन्वेंट्री है तो नॉर्मली तो साइडवेज रह जाता है। कल आपकी ओपेक और जेएमएमसी की मीटिंग है, मार्केट हो सकता है उसका भी वेट कर रहा हूँ, और शाम को फेड चेयरमैन की स्पीच। बाकी अगर एफईजी ब्रेक करके गया तो फिर थोड़ा और डाउन साइड जरूर जाएगा प्राइस। और कोई सपोर्ट रेजिस्टेंस यहाँ पर बन नहीं रहा है, लेट्स सी कुछ बनता है तो। बाकी नेचुरल गैस ओवरऑल व्यू देखोगे इंट्राडे बेरिस है, कल से बेरिस ही बना हुआ है। नीचे एक मार्केट के पास रेजिस्टेंस एरिया था, उसका ब्रेकआउट हुआ था, एक बार रीटेस्ट कर चुका था, सेकंड टाइम आया था रीटेस्ट करने, थोड़ा बहुत और रीटेस्ट कर दिया है। इट डजंट मीन कि ये बुलिश हो गया है, ठीक है। रीटेस्ट से थोड़ी बहुत बाइंग आई है, ऊपर एक एफईजी अभी भी है। जैसे जैसे ऊपर जाता रहेगा तो ये बीच के एफईजी थोड़ा बहुत मार्केट को रिजेक्शन दे सकते हैं। ऊपर आता है तो ऊपर फिर आपके पास 259 260 के आसपास आज का हाई एक रेजिस्टेंस जोन है, ठीक है। तो वहां तक आ जाए तो बेटर ही है, वहां पर एक सेलिंग अच्छा ट्रेड बन सकता है। बाकी बीच में कोई अगर नया रेजिस्टेंस बन गया तो वी विल सी। तो जो बाइंग में है नेचुरल गैस ट्रेल करो, एफईजी के ऊपर अगर सस्टेन करता है तो थोड़ा टारगेट बड़ा रख सकते हैं यहाँ पर। ये थोड़ा सा नीचे है एफईजी, दिस इज द एफईजी। हाँ वो 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का बिल्कुल देख रहा हूँ। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, 40 लाइक्स आर डन जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया। XRP USD बाइनेंस के चार्ट में देख रहे हैं, ठीक है। XRP USD को 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम। ये ऑल टाइम हाई पर है क्या अभी? देखो फिलहाल के लिए मेरे पास इसमें कुछ है नहीं है, ऑल टाइम हाई पे चल रहा है, ना कोई रेजिस्टेंस बना है, नीचे सपोर्ट काफी दूर है। तो अभी यहाँ पर मैं कुछ कह नहीं सकता। एक एफईजी जरूर है तो प्राइस इस एफईजी पे रुकेगा जरूर थोड़ा बहुत। दिस इज द एफईजी वी हैव, इसी एफईजी पे प्राइस रुका हुआ है, जब तक इसके नीचे कैंडल क्लोज होती नहीं इस एफईजी के नीचे तो दिस इज द लेवल जहाँ पर प्राइस थोड़ा बहुत रुकने की कोशिश करेगा। एफईजी के नीचे कैंडल क्लोज हो गई तो थोड़ा फिर डाउन साइड पे आ सकता है, अदरवाइज दिस इज द एफईजी एज अ सपोर्ट जो वर्क कर रहा है फिलहाल के लिए। बाकी 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे इसके पास ठीक है, 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम के पास यही एक जोन है मार्केट के पास। एक ब्रेकआउट हुआ है एज अ सपोर्ट की तरह, ये काम करेगा 4 आवर टाइम फ्रेम का, दैट इज अ सपोर्ट। काफी दूर है, वही बता रहा हूँ, काफी दूर है लेवल। आई डोंट नो एग्जैक्टली उस लेवल पे कब तक आएगा प्राइस। सो दिस इज अ सपोर्ट एग्जैक्ट जहां पर प्राइस रुक सकता है। बाकी 4 आवर में तो नहीं, शायद हो सकता है 15 मिनट या 1 आवर टाइम फ्रेम पे कोई यहाँ पर रेजिस्टेंस बना हो, 4 आवर में नहीं बना है। डेटा का क्या एनालिसिस है? डेटा मैंने बता दिया। वेबसाइट ने तो फ्लैट लिया है उसको क्योंकि उतना ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं है प्राइस में, जो डेटा आया है एग्जैक्टली। बट बिकॉज ये 152,000 था फोरकास्ट से, एक्चुअल में डेटा थोड़ा कम आया है, तो नॉर्मली तो हम इसको पॉजिटिव ही लेते हैं गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। बट डिफरेंस बहुत कम है इसलिए वेबसाइट फ्लैट लेके चल रहा है। बट अगर वैसे देखोगे, क्योंकि थोड़ा बहुत तो डिफरेंस है जितना भी है, दैट इज पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर, नेगेटिव फॉर डॉलर इंडेक्स। सिल्वर का देखो, एफओएमसी के आज जो सारे डेटा हैं उनको आ जाने दो, फिर देखेंगे इवनिंग पे। और साथ में आज एफओएमसी, रात को एफओएमसी चेयरमैन की स्पीच भी है, तो उसके बाद ही डिसाइड कर पाएंगे क्या ट्रेंड चल रहा है फिलहाल के लिए, क्या पॉसिबिलिटी है। मेनली मार्केट देख रहा है दिसंबर में क्या एक और रेट कट हो सकता है या फिर पॉज होने वाला है। उसी को लेकर मार्केट शायद रिएक्शन देगा आगे। लोगों ने यहाँ पर ये वाई किया हुआ है, थोड़ा नेचुरल गैस में ध्यान रखना। ये एफईजी के ऊपर अगर नहीं गया तो ये फिर रिटर्न कर जाएगा यहीं से। इंपॉर्टेंट है ये एफईजी यहाँ पर। इसके ऊपर क्लोज करता है तो फिर हम एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं कि वापस रेजिस्टेंस एरिया तक चला जाए। नहीं करता है तो फिर रिटर्न आ जाएगा नीचे। तो अगर ये निकलता है एफईजी के ऊपर तो टारगेट थोड़ा सा एक्सटेंड करना, नहीं तो ट्रेलिंग एसएल जाए तो एग्जिट। रेट कट भी पॉजिटिव फॉर गोल्ड एंड सिल्वर, डिपेंड अपॉन सर, डिपेंड अपॉन कितना एक्सपेक्टेशन है और कितना हो रहा है या नहीं हो रहा है, वो उस पर डिपेंड करता है।
Shell Express U.S. CEO Greg Hewitt. Greg, thanks for being here. Talk to me about your outlook for the holiday season. I know you're expecting an increase in volume.
Yeah, good morning, Madison. Thanks for having me. Yes, peak season is upon us, we'll say, with Black Friday and Cyber Monday volumes. We had anticipated about a 40% lift on kind of our average daily volume. And what we've seen with a busy day yesterday is greater than 60% volume lift. So that means consumers here in the U.S. are buying and lots of goods coming in from overseas for delivery.
Greg, have you at all, I guess, shifted your strategy in terms of prepping for that, given the rise of e-commerce, even just given the numbers? We were just talking to the CEO of Klaviyo a few minutes ago, talking about the rise of just online shopping and more broadly based beyond the U.S. I guess, how does that affect your strategy and your cost plans heading into the holiday season?
Well, I think we've become very accustomed to an increase every peak in that 40% range. So this is actually, I'll call it normal for us. What do we need to do? That means we need to make sure we have enough agents on the phone to help with customer service. We need to make sure we've got enough lift in terms of aviation capacity to move things overseas in and out. And we need to have enough couriers and staff in our stations to move the packages and get them delivered on time. So we're pretty good at that. I think we're going to add about 200 people this year here in the U.S. to handle that volume. So it's all about planning and getting started early. And it's nice when your forecasts somewhat align. This is pretty busy, but we were able to handle it yesterday.
And to clarify Shauna's question, are you implementing those surcharges you guys have teased out this season?
We did implement in September a demand surcharge, which applies for capacity and lift in terms of aviation coming in and out, primarily on the US-Asia lane, but also on the Europe-Asia lane. These are areas where the costs to add, charter flights for short periods of time are quite expensive. And so we look to our customers to help compensate and pay appropriately for that additional lift. If they don't use it or don't need it, we don't add it and the surcharge can change. But as we've seen by the volume, like we expected, it has come and we needed that extra lift. And that's what helps us make sure it's cost effective.
Greg, are you able to meet that demand?
Yes, we've had no issues. For me, the biggest lever that I can pull is weekend work. So as the volume goes up and aligns with our strategy, my team is ready. Our couriers are prepared to work on weekends and overtime if necessary, along with the extra staff we brought on. We'll make sure every package is delivered before Christmas and then also before the busy Chinese New Year.
Greg, you know I can't let you go without talking about Trump's tariff policies. I know that you are a beneficiary of globalization, shipping between nations, but if true protectionist policy is put in place in the U.S., how much of a headwind could that be for you?
Well, I think there's two things to that. One is we need to make sure we staff accordingly in our clearance area and work closely with Customs Border Protection to make sure we can remain compliant and apply duties, taxes, and tariffs appropriately to keep commerce moving. The question of what it will do to demand, I think last time when the tariffs came in, everybody expected a real shutdown on the China lane. And the reality is China is incredibly important to not just the US economy, but the global economy. And although companies found ways to do omni-shoring where they were looking at other markets to produce goods, things like nearshoring in Mexico, for example, here in the US, we would expect a little bit more of that. We might expect some price increases that go along with passing those costs on. But the number one thing for us is to make sure that we're able to adapt and make sure that we keep things flowing and keep that. Consumers' demands for products are global in nature. So they'll find a market where they can be produced, and we'll be there to move them inbound to the U.S. compliantly.
Greg, what about just your rivals and competitors within the space? Obviously, a lot of people think about UPS, FedEx, more focused on Amazon, just how big of a disruptor they are going to be, obviously ways to partner as well going forward. How are you thinking about just the increase in competition and maybe how that's shaping your strategy at DHL?
Well, I think we've always faced stiff competition, particularly here in the U.S., which is kind of the home base for Fed and for UPS. I think we're three big, very strong companies that have different markets and different areas where we show strength. We're very proud of being the leader in time-definite international transits around the world, and that's what we focus on. While maybe our competitors are a little bit more focused on the domestic market here in the U.S. As for Amazon, they've come in and they've definitely done some, I guess, become a logistics player within a market like the United States. They're an important customer of ours. So for us, we like to work closely with them, make sure that their strategy is linked to their global strategy, and we help them on the global side while they build out their domestic structure.
All right, Greg, great to have you. Greg Hewitt of DHL Express. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us.
Thank you both.
Markets closing mixed as investors digest jobs data and Fed speak. Here with the trading day takeaways is Yahoo Finance's very own Josh Schaefer.
Hey, Josh, I want to start with some labor market data that we got out this morning. That's from the month of October. It's the job openings and labor turnover survey. And one economist said it might be a sign of the labor market finding a floor, that slowdown that we've seen in the labor market, perhaps finding a bottom. This, of course, Josh, is not the big jobs report we're going to get on Friday that looks at November. This is looking at October, but it's a very detailed report. And what we're looking at here is job openings coming in at 7.74 million. And when you see 7.74 million, the key part here, little bit of an uptick. We had sort of just been trending down for months. So to see a little bit of an uptick and you're back at levels where if we look all the way across here, you're slightly above pre-pandemic levels. So maybe you're holding at a steady level with job openings and you're not just going to see them keep moving lower. That would be a general positive. The other note to highlight out of this report, quits ticked up. So the quit rate is seen as a sign of confidence in workers. I'm only going to quit my job if I feel like I can go get another one, right? So as people feel more sour about the labor market, remember we had a lot of softer jobs data in the summer, right? Quits rate was coming down. Even when you look back in the past year, Josh, 2008, your quits rate goes way down, right? So to see the quits rate coming back up, perhaps a sign that people are starting to feel a little bit better about going out there and finding a job. It is by no means the labor market of 2021 where people are going out and getting big pay bumps and everybody's got a new job, but maybe we're in an okay labor market, a cooling but not concerningly cold labor market.
Cooling, not crashing.
Cooling, not crashing.
I was going to ask you what you think Jay Powell makes of the report.
I think overall what economists say that Jay Powell would make of this report is probably still a cut in December, and it doesn't really do that much for the narrative going into next year. At this point, it seems like if we're going to get more Fed rate cuts than we assume right now, the market's pricing in about 2. If you're going to see a lot more Fed rate cuts, you would probably have to see a lot weaker numbers. So you would have to see the job openings coming down significantly. You would have to see the quits rate shooting down. Essentially, Josh, the economy not doing well in an economy that looks like it needs a lot of rate cuts. Economists look at this data and say this looks like an economy that's, it's doing all right. It's doing all right. It doesn't need immediate help from the Fed.
All right, Schaefer, point number 2.
Strategists coming out with more S&P 500 targets, and I want to hit on one trend, Josh. So first we'll highlight today was our new target, the new Wall Street high, Wells Fargo, 7007, little fun number there, a little James Bond reference for us. But one thing that Chris Harvey highlighted in that was a stronger than expected economy. And yesterday you guys were talking to the head of U.S. equity strategy at RBC Capital Markets, Laurie Calvasina, and she talked about that economy. Josh, I want to play a clip for us and hear what she had to say.
Generally, what we've seen is that whether you're looking on sort of a quarterly basis or the annual forecasts, that GDP forecasts have started out too low and are constantly being revised up higher. That's the complete opposite of what we saw in the post-GFC world, kind of post-GFC pre-COVID, where GDP forecasts were constantly overestimated and had to be pulled down. I think that people, frankly, are still stuck in that post-GFC pre-COVID world.
So what Calvasina is explaining there, Josh, is the economy keeps coming in better than expected, right? So what she did in her forecast was she said, instead of 1.1 to 2, consensus is right around 2 right now, I'm going to go 2.1 to 3 as my GDP range. Look at what that does to your average annual return. A lot better than 1.1 or 2, right? And that's been a trend among a lot of these strategists is maybe the economy comes in better than expected, and that's usually a good sign for stocks. When you fall into this range, anything 1.1 to 0, you're probably in a slowing economy, which would mean perhaps we're headed for recession. Eventually that would hit corporate earnings. Right now it looks like you're still in a strong economic growth environment. That's a part of the reason why people think stocks go up.
We've had a couple strategists on this week who had their SPX targets for 2025. They were both like high single digits, I would say, Josh, is where they were kind of clustering.
Yeah, so if you flip over here, this isn't all of the targets we have. You go a little bit lower than 6,600, you're probably at the high single digit range, depending on where we close exactly today. This might be high single digits. It's kind of normal, right? Yeah. That's basically saying we think stocks will have a normal year.
It's nice.
Perhaps,
it's nice. It's not fireworks.
Noteworthy, though, the most important part of that, stocks almost never have a normal year. The average S&P 500 annual return is about 11%. It rarely ever actually returns 11%. So really what we get out of these targets is a little bit more direction than actual number. These numbers, they're going to move around a lot over the next year, but right now the direction that people think the market is going is up. Is it exactly going to hit 7007, Josh? I don't know. It'd be cool if it did.
We'll see. Joshua, thank you.
President-elect Trump is set to take office in January and on the campaign trail pledged to make updates to the tax code, including making his 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent. Tax expert Sophia Duffy joins me now in studio. Sophia, great to have you here with us. So how might Trump change our taxes and what would be the permanence of that?
Well, I would be remiss if we didn't talk about a little bit of end-of-year tax planning as well. So we're entering December. We know that there are some kind of last-minute tax reductions that we can take advantage of, like tax loss harvesting and all that. But as far as the incoming administration for President-elect Trump, we know that he has pledged to make those provisions permanent, meaning it's sort of status quo for the things that we've been doing so far, right, since the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was implemented. So taking advantage of small business owner deductions, the standard deduction. But we also are seeing many proposals that are new and may create a different impact for us. So one of the proposals, for example, is eliminating income tax on tips and overtime. And that could really change the way that wages are structured, particularly for small business owners. They may be able to offer incentives to some employees. They may find that very attractive, right, if more of their wages are paid in tips, for example. And then there's another proposal to reduce the corporate income tax rate to 15%. So it was reduced to 21% under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and that will further be reduced to 15%. Now, if that happens, we may see more and more small business owners converting their entities to corporations. So as far as planning today, we don't really know what to do today, right? Because we don't know if any of those will come to fruition. But what we could do, and what a smart planning step may be, is prepare for that. Do some research today and say, does converting to a corporation make sense for my entity? Does creating, a different wage structure for my employees make sense? And doing that research today so that we could effectively pull that trigger if the time does come. And also if it makes sense for the business. We don't want to convert to a corporation and then find out we're paying more in legal fees than we're saving in taxes, right? So as long as it makes sense for the business, but doing that planning today could be very beneficial to taxpayers.
You talk about some of the planning that can be done today. I mean, we have 133 days until April 15th. What should people be doing right now?
So today, there's a few last-minute tax impacts that we can implement today. For example, increasing charitable deductions so that we go over, the standard deduction might make sense. We could also take advantage of a strategy called tax loss harvesting. So I know we're reaching record highs in the stock market. This may be a little bit more difficult, but for anywhere where we're seeing losses, you can actually realize that loss today and then use that to offset some capital gains with other investments.
Does any of this have impacts for how people prepare for retirement as well?
Retirement, there's so many things going on with retirement. So not only just with the incoming administration, but we know that there are some regulatory changes that have happened recently, such as the Secure Act 1.0, 2.0, that have made contributions towards retirement plans easier, right, for the American public. And that was meant to address this kind of widening retirement gap that we see. There's also some sort of looming threats, right? So even though retirement plans are easier to contribute to, they're more flexible, customizable, we know that the Social Security Trust Fund, by 2033, it won't be able to meet its current obligations. So what I would imagine may happen, or some proposals that have been on the table, are things like pushing back the full retirement age a few years, increasing the Social Security wage base so that more of wages are taxable for Social Security, and then maybe eventually even seeing a reduction in benefits by almost as much as 21% for some taxpayers. Those types of provisions, if they're implemented, will help increase the longevity of the trust fund. And then we're also seeing some consumers proactively planning for that, right? Social Security used to be sort of the crux of a retirement plan.
Right.
But as consumers are starting to realize that maybe they can't rely on that as much as they used to, we're seeing a shift towards planning vehicles like annuities to kind of replace that fixed income of Social Security. And then also we've seen an embracing of Roth IRAs and Roth conversions, because they may anticipate that, yeah, my taxes are probably going to go up over time, right? It's just not feasible to think that they're going to stay low or at the current rate forever. So by doing those Roth conversions and contributing to Roth IRAs, whatever tax impacts may happen down the road, we can kind of mitigate that risk today.
As the Fed continues to combat inflation, how should people who are close to retirement best plan their nest egg for the ability to outlast future years of inflation as well?
This is where a financial advisor can really help individuals. And tax planning is such an integral part of retirement planning, right? They really go hand in hand. An advisor can really help individuals to understand how to reduce that long-term tax impact across all phases. So even if you're 15 years out from retirement, it's not a bad idea to meet with an advisor and say, how much should I be contributing today? Sure. And what would make sense so that the tax drag on my long-term portfolio is as low as it can be? We're not going to eliminate it. Then there's people in retirement or maybe a few years out. How are their tax strategies going to change as far as that long-term impact? And then eventually, many people don't even think about this until they're entering their 60s and 70s, but how can I leave my assets to my beneficiaries and my heirs and have the lowest tax drag on that as well? And that's where advisors, specifically advisors that are educated in tax planning, can really help clients, small business owners in particular, to meet those needs and be able to create a financially secure future.
Sophia, thanks so much for making the trip up from Philadelphia, joining us here in New York City on set. Appreciate it.
Matt, it is great to have you on the show. So listen, you made a lot of news today, Matt. We have new AI chip arrays, new large language model to better compete with the likes of OpenAI. But walk us through the highlights, Matt. I mean, bottom line, what does the news today mean for your customers and your business?
Yeah, part of what we did today was announce a whole new set of capabilities across a lot of different things. As you mentioned, there was a number of announcements in AI, and we're incredibly excited about those. One of the key pieces is we did GA our Trainium 2 chip, which is our own custom-developed chip inside of Amazon AWS to help really drive down the cost and increase the performance for generative AI capabilities. And so we expect customers to see 30 to 40% price performance gains by moving to Trainium 2. And so really excited about what we're seeing with Trainium, and a number of early customers, including folks like Anthropic, including folks like Apple, are really excited. Have been doing some early testing on Trainium and like the results that they've seen there. We also launched a number of features around capabilities on building AI systems and services, as well as you mentioned that we launched our own Nova models, which are new foundational models built by Amazon that deliver really great latency, great performance, and a great set of capabilities across a wide set of areas that we're really excited about, and I think really add to the selection that customers have using Amazon. The other thing is we also launched a ton of features that really enhance the rest of our AWS services, some big changes in storage that really help people with their analytics capabilities, and some new databases that we think are going to help customers be able to scale in a much better way.
Matt, let's pick up on the large language models announcement. The model's called Nova, by the way. You say that you can compete with the likes of OpenAI with this model. Why is that?
Well, really what we said is that we're trying to provide customers choice. And we think that customers want to use a wide range of models. Sometimes they want to use open weights models. Sometimes they want to use text models. Sometimes they need multimodal models. And so our view is that customers want to mix and match a variety of different things. And part of what we do in AWS is give customers that choice. We give customers the choice to use the leading models, which many consider the leading models out there to be the models from Anthropic. But also, customers want to use a variety of models for different things. And we started building the Nova models inside of Amazon, and we really saw some great benchmarks coming out of there. And we thought there was a great opportunity for us to expose those inside of Bedrock for customers, further expanding the choice that they have, selecting from a wide variety of models.
Matt, Patrick Moorhead, well-known, well-regarded tech analyst, frequent guest on this show, Matt. He has argued that you all, in his opinion, have the broadest, deepest homegrown chips in the industry. Full stop. But he's also pointed out, listen, your rivals are coming in hot. Microsoft, Google. How do you then, Matt, think about maintaining that lead?
Well, look, we've built up a capability for a long period of time. In fact, we've had a general purpose processor called Graviton now for many years, and I think others are just starting to get in this game. And we have a saying that we like to use internally, that there's no compression algorithm for experience. What that means is we've learned a lot of how to go build chips, how to execute on chips, and also how to take requirements that we learn from customers of what they want from those processors and do a good job of quickly iterating those into the next generation of those processors. And so we think we've built up a competency there, and it's part of the value that we deliver to customers as part of that compute choice. And so others may others may get into the game of kind of building their own custom silicon, but we think that it's up to date has been one of the things that really differentiates AWS, and we think we have quite a lead over where everyone else is. And so and by the way, we're also not resting, right? We just a couple months ago launched our new generation of Graviton 4, that's allowing customers to save oftentimes up to 40% over x86 alternatives. And we think Trainium 2 is really a leap forward in Gen AI processing. And we announced that at the end of next year, we'll be launching Trainium 3, which again doubles the performance you get from Trainium. So this is a long-term roadmap that we're investing in, and we're showing customers and have over a long period of time that custom silicon is a nice option. But it is just that option. It is something that we also use as a supplement to all the technologies that we use from the rest of our partners, whether they're Intel or AMD, and especially NVIDIA, where they're a close partner of ours, and we use many of their chips, and customers really love the instances that we built together as well.
Well, let's talk about that, because you've been very clear that NVIDIA is a partner for you, but they are the dominant force in the market when it comes to GPUs, specifically for training AI. Does the Trainium 2 chip announced today and the tease ahead for Trainium 3, does that position you to take more market share from NVIDIA in the future?
Our view is that it should grow the entire size of the pie. And that really is our goal. We think that we're at the very early stages of where the generative AI market is going to be. And we think that there is explosive growth ahead of us. And we think there's more than enough growth for more than one player out there. And so, I think this is not about who has how much market share. It really is, how do we grow this together? And I think actually having more options for customers will help more applications come up and help the whole market get bigger. And so we continue to think that our business with NVIDIA will continue to grow, and we're very bullish on the future of that. And we think there's a great opportunity for Trainium 2 to come in and offer new capabilities for customers as well, and help them really lower the cost for particular workloads.
To that end, Matt, this idea of growing the pie when it comes to AI, one of the big questions for investors, executives, has been, when is the spigot of capital flowing into AI potentially going to get turned off? What have you been hearing from customers at AWS specifically about the CapEx on AI and whether or not that's going to potentially hit some headwinds moving forward?
Well, what our customers tell us is they're interested in how they can continue to move these proof of concept generative AI applications into production. Because really, once you start to get value in production, that's when the use of AI goes up, and when a bunch of these investments start to make sense, and people will invest more and more and more. And so our take in AWS is that we build this platform that allows people to deeply integrate with their enterprise data and their enterprise IP in a secure, safe environment where they can get real enterprise value. And we actually encourage customers to think about the ROI of their generative AI applications before they roll them out. And so really thinking about that, if we can lower the cost of compute, if we can lower the cost of running a model and increase the value that customers get, all of a sudden the ROI barrier goes way up, and customers can launch more and more and more of these capabilities to deliver outstanding capabilities for their own customers. And I think that's where that really flywheel starts to happen. As we lower the cost of doing what we call inference, right? Going and actually getting these AI models into production, then it frees a lot more applications to start using that inference much more extensively.
Matt, when it comes to sort of the kind of pecking order of AI, there is this perception out there, Matt, and you've heard this, and I'm interested to get your take, that you all are running late. That you look at the rivals. So the argument goes, Google basically created this, the science of Gen AI, and Microsoft running very hard and very fast. The perception being, but you all running a bit late to the game. Talk about that perception, Matt, and your response to it.
Well, it's it is just that. It's a perception. It's actually just a different strategy that we had. And so many of those other companies that you mentioned, their strategy was to get out there something fast, right? They wanted something flashy. They wanted something that customers could go and launch a proof of concept with quickly. Our strategy was instead, we actually know that our enterprise customers and the customers who are really trusting us with their business wanted a platform that was really going to transform how they think about doing their business, how they think about the core parts of their enterprise. And so we spent the time to think about, how do we have the right security? How do we have the right controls around your data? And how do we have the right choice? How do we make sure that there's enough models you can use? How many enough capabilities? And increasingly now, we're starting to see this strategy really play out, where people are tired of doing proof of concepts that don't have any kind of value associated with them. And they really are looking for, how do they take the proof of concepts that look promising and actually now re-implement those in a production environment. And AWS is often that production environment, and Bedrock gives them that platform to go and do that. So we're very excited about where we're at right now, and actually we're increasingly see customers turning to AWS and Bedrock to build their real production generative AI applications.
Matt, a slew of announcements today. One of them is that Apple is one of the customers of these latest chips. Talk to me about some of the cost savings that they are experiencing utilizing Trainium and the degree to which Apple Intelligence is relying on Trainium chips specifically versus other chips in the space.
Yeah, well, today, Apple Intelligence, and we've been partners with Apple for over a decade now, and they're great partners, and many of their technologies are built on the AWS cloud, from storage to compute to databases, all up and down the stack, and they use many of our services. In the AI space, the first product that Apple actually used was Inferentia 2. And so this was an early AI chip that we built that really gave them some confidence and helped them significantly lower their costs. Now, they've only done trials on Trainium 2. Again, we just GA'd it today, but they've had some early samples that they were testing, and they're very bullish that going through 2025, they can significantly lower their costs and deliver outsized value to their customers. I think on stage today, they mentioned that they might be able to lower their costs by as much as 50% by running on Trainium 2. So that's really exciting, and it's great early signals for us that Trainium can scale to some of the largest customers in the world.
Matt, final question here. Let's talk politics. Trump administration coming in. It's possible, Matt, he slaps tariffs on all kinds of countries. I'm curious how you're preparing for that, Matt, how you're readying your supply chain to mitigate any kind of possible impact.
Yeah. Well, look, number one, the U.S. government is a fantastic and big customer of ours, and so we've supported many administrations over the past 2 decades, and we'll continue to do so. And we're very excited about supporting the Trump administration. With regards to tariffs, we'll of course deal with whatever comes down the path. But I think our take is that we're here to support the administration and what they're trying to accomplish, and we do want to do what's best for our customers as well, and we'll advocate for our customers and their needs. But again, the U.S. government has been a big customer of ours for a long time, and will continue to do that. And we're very invested in making sure that the broader U.S. government and the Trump administration is quite successful.
Matt, great to have you on the show today. Thank you so much for your time and your insight. We appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Salesforce delivering a beat on revenue for the third quarter. The company also slightly lifting its full year revenue forecast. CFRA Research Senior Equity Analyst Angelo Zeno joining us now to discuss. Angelo, Salesforce reports this stock is surging more than 6% in the after hours. But walk us through the report, Angelo. What do you make of the results?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think overall the results were fairly kind of in line. I'd say, somewhat mixed overall, but you kind of look at the quarter here, the October quarter, through the top line, about 8%. We were looking for about 7% increase, so kind of came in slightly better than expected. It was a slight miss on the bottom line side of things. We were looking for about 245. I think came in around 241 or so. More importantly is what they guided towards in the January quarter, and that was the fact that they're looking for top line growth of 8%. So the growth rates are finally starting to stabilize here for Salesforce. That's extremely important because if you kind of look since the pandemic, these growth rates have really come down from a rate of north of 20% over a year-over-year basis to now at the slowest rate the company has ever grown at about 8%. So I think the worst now is behind the company here as far as those growth rates are concerned, and now all eyes are going to be on 2025 and what the company can showcase in terms of their AI strategy.
And Angelo, importantly, you have a strong buy on this name. So not just a buy, a strong buy. You're a believer, Angelo. So what are the catalysts ahead that's going to lift this one still higher?
Yeah, so we're absolutely a believer of the name, and a couple of reasons for it. I think one, we've seen software really underperform here over the last year or so, at least relative to other areas of tech like semiconductors. We think software returns back more into favor into 2025, especially on the SaaS side of things, which has kind of been among the worst areas performing areas of tech. Now, when you kind of think about Salesforce specifically, why we like it, the concerns, the headwinds for Salesforce as far as AI has been concerned is that they've kind of got this, subscription-based offering out there, being pressured by enterprises out there. They can kind of have this kind of do-it-yourself approach out there, kind of hop on a Llama platform or what have it, do their own kind of platform, or you've got these productivity improvements that you're also seeing across the enterprise ecosystem, or that you will see across the ecosystem from AI. What Salesforce announced back in October, or September, back as far as their Dreamforce conference is concerned, is very important because they announced their Agentforce AI platform. And that's important because it actually gives investors an idea of what this strategy is going to look like as far as AI is concerned. It actually puts Gen AI into action. And you've kind of got, when you look at Salesforce, they've got all the data across your ecosystem out there. They give kind of the enterprise space a real reason to kind of go on and actually pay for the Salesforce platform out there as far as their AI strategy is concerned. And more importantly, it's not only going to be now kind of this subscription-based offering, but they've also kind of got this kind of consumption-based model out there where you're actually paying on a per usage basis as far as AI is concerned. And that we think will help kind of improve the story for Salesforce going into 2025.
And when CEO Mark Benioff, Angela, when he talks about this strategy of AI products, what are his competitive advantages in that big, fast-growing market?
I think it's the data that they have, right? It's all the access. When you kind of think about a company out there, I mean, whether
ओके गाइस, क्रूड ऑयल को देखोगे तो क्रूड ऑयल ऑलमोस्ट अपने सेकंड टारगेट पर पहुंचने वाला है। इन्वेंट्री क्रूड ऑयल की नेगेटिव ही थी, पॉजिटिव मत कंसीडर करना वो एक इस डेटा को देखकर। तीन इन्वेंट्री आती हैं क्रूड ऑयल की, एक क्रूड ऑयल की खुद की इन्वेंट्री है, एक सेकंड, और बाकी की दो इन्वेंट्री और होती हैं क्रूड ऑयल में। एक ईआईए का डेटा होता है और एक दूसरा वाला आपका गैसोलीन की इन्वेंट्री होती है। दो इन्वेंट्री थी वो नेगेटिव थी फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस, और एक जो सिंगल इन्वेंट्री होती है क्रूड ऑयल की खुद की वो आपकी पॉजिटिव थी। ठीक है, तो ये जो आप क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री यहाँ पर देख रहे हो ना, यहाँ पर आपको पॉजिटिव तो दिखेगा, लेकिन बाकी की जो दो इन्वेंट्री थी वो नेगेटिव थी, तो इसको ये कंफ्यूज मत करना कि क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री पॉजिटिव है क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस के लिए, क्रूड ऑयल की इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव है क्रूड ऑयल के प्राइस के लिए। मैंने टेलीग्राम पे भी पोस्ट कर दिया था। नितिन कुमार जी यही हैं, कहाँ जाएंगे? डेटा हो गया आज का, इतना ही डेटा है। आप आपका ये आपका एडीपी नॉन फॉर्म का तो आ गया था। सर्विस पीएमआई का डेटा भी आपका नेगेटिव था डॉलर इंडेक्स के लिए, पॉजिटिव था गोल्ड और सिल्वर के लिए। बाकी नेचुरल गैस देखोगे एफईजी के ऊपर निकला जरूर। यहाँ तक थोड़ा सा टारगेट एक्सपेक्टेड था, बट वो थोड़ा सा रह गया, नहीं तो यहाँ से सेलिंग जरूर एक्सपेक्टेड थी। थोड़ा सा रह गया, आप क्या कह सकते हैं इसमें। यहाँ से सेलिंग जरूर एक्सपेक्टेड थी, एग्जैक्ट लेवल पे आया नहीं प्राइस, थोड़ा सा 1 पॉइंट से रह गया ऑलमोस्ट। अगर किसी ने सेल किया होगा तो अच्छा प्रॉफिट हुआ होगा। स्टिल ऑन सपोर्ट, अभी भी सपोर्ट पर ही है, और सपोर्ट इन द सेंस ऑफ रीटेस्ट, बट अब थोड़ा सा वीक हो गया होगा। तो मेरे को रिकॉर्डिंग अभी निकलता है नीचे तो फिर इसको आना चाहिए। दैट इज द लास्ट सपोर्ट एरिया भी है। बाकी क्रूड ऑयल ने भी अपना एफईजी ब्रेक कर दिया, तो एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि ये अपने फाइनल टारगेट तक आए। अब कोई बीच में और सपोर्ट बन जाता है तो बात अलग, अदरवाइज इस लेवल तक आना चाहिए इसको। फेड के चेयरमैन की स्पीच भी है, ध्यान रखना अभी। आई थिंक 11:30 पे स्टार्ट हो जाएगी। अनीता यादव जी यही है, कहीं नहीं गए हैं। पुट लिया हुआ है, होल्ड कर सकते हैं, करो बिल्कुल होल्ड करो। जिन लोगों ने फिर से पुट लिया हुआ है डेफिनेटली होल्ड कर सकते हैं, कोई इशू नहीं है। लाइक भी करते रहो गाइस, जिन लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया हुआ है डोंट फॉरगेट टू लाइक द स्ट्रीम। फटाफट से सभी लोग लाइक कर दो, 100 लाइक्स का टारगेट है। बाकी नेचुरल गैस में भी अगर किसी ने फिर से बाई किया है सेम लेवल पे, थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना अपनी क्वांटिटी का। ऊपर फिर से एक एफईजी बना हुआ है, तो प्राइस वापस उसी एफईजी पे रुकने की कोशिश कर सकता है। तो अपना थोड़ा सा हाफ क्वांटिटी बुक करते हुए चलना। यहाँ पर अभी एक एफईजी का लेवल है, तो प्राइस रुकने की कोशिश जरूर करेगा इस एफईजी पर। ओके ओके, मुझे मैसेज नहीं दिख रहे हैं आप लोगों के। ओके लेट्स सी, देखें क्रूड इन्वेंट्री क्या रहेगा। क्रूड इन्वेंट्री आ गई है सर, क्रूड की इन्वेंट्री नेगेटिव थी क्रूड के प्राइस के लिए। ऊपर मैंने अपने टेलीग्राम पे भी पेश कर डाल दिया था, यहाँ पर कमेंट बॉक्स में पेश कर दिया था, क्रूड ऑयल इन्वेंट्री अपडेट नेगेटिव फॉर क्रूड ऑयल प्राइस। कितने पे करंट प्राइस कितना चल रहा है नरेंद्र बोरा जी? व्हाट इज द करंट मार्केट प्राइस? कहाँ लिया था आपने? 6000 का जो कॉल ऑप्शन 117 पे लिया था, अभी करंटली कितना चल रहा है मुझे पता नहीं, आपने कब लिया था? अभी लिया है, यहाँ कहीं टॉप पे लेके बैठ गए हो, या फिर क्या सिनेरियो है? थोड़ा सा और डिटेल बताओ। देखो कहीं टॉप से लेके बैठे हो तो निकल जाना चाहिए, लॉस ज़्यादा हो गया हुआ। बाकी यहाँ पर अभी कोई बाइंग का सेटअप नहीं है। 70 likes are done. करते रहो guys. Like 10:30 हो गया, अभी 1.5 घंटा और है हमारे पास. South Korean parties further isolate Yoon with impeachment bid.
News when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager. We continue to follow the breaking news in Midtown Manhattan, where longtime United Health executive Brian Thompson was shot and killed this morning. Police say he was shot in the chest just before 7 a.m. outside the New York Hilton Midtown, where United Health was hosting an investor day. Early reports indicate Thompson may have been targeted, but New York City Councilman Keith Powers says this could feed into concerns about crime in the city.
In places like Midtown, you want to be safe from random attacks, you want to be able to walk down the street unobstructed, and New Yorkers deserve that, and we owe it to them.
New York Councilman Keith Powers spoke on Bloomberg Surveillance. Brian Thompson was a 20-year veteran of United Health. He took over as CEO of its insurance division in 2021. Brian Thompson was 50 years old. Lawmakers in France have gathered for no confidence votes against Prime Minister Michel Barnier. Both the far-right National Rally Party and a leftist coalition have said they will back motions to topple the government despite a late appeal from French President Emmanuel Macron. Bloomberg's Caroline Conan is outside the National Assembly in Paris.
Michel Barnier could be the shortest-lived prime minister of the Fifth Republic since 1958. Only 3 months in power, and next President Macron is going to have to name a new prime.
Please write down your complete question. Trading history @Anuj. FEG क्या है, लिखा है क्या आपने? FEG फेयर वैल्यू गैप बोलते हैं उसको फुल फॉर्म. नॉर्मली जब भी मार्केट में थोड़ी अनसर्टेनिटी होती है किसी लेवल पे, तो वो लेवल FEG की तरह कंसीडर किया जाता है. FIs are buying continuously from past 2 days, and Nifty is also holding from lower end. Can we see more buying from current level? In which segment? देखो FIs बाई कर रहे हैं तो जरूरी नहीं हो निफ्टी ही बाई कर रहे हो सकता है पर्टिकुलरली कोई सेक्टर स्पेसिफिक बाइंग चल रही हो या स्टॉक स्पेसिफिक बाइंग चल रही हो. तो किसका पूछ रहे हो? अब अगर आप निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी का पूछ रहे हो और बाइंग आ सकती नहीं आ सकती, तो वीकली एनालिसिस मैंने किया हुआ है ऑलरेडी. सैटरडे की वीडियो देख लो. सैटरडे को एक वीकली एनालिसिस में करता हूँ नेक्स्ट वीक के लिए क्या एक्सपेक्टेशन है, कहाँ पर वीकली टाइम फ्रेम पे रेजिस्टेंस या सपोर्ट एक्सपेक्टेड है. तो वो एनालिसिस में ऑलरेडी कर चुका हूँ निफ्टी बैंक निफ्टी का, तो इसको देख सकते हो ऑलरेडी. वहाँ पर डिटेल से मैंने बताया हुआ है कि अपसाइड कितना पॉसिबल है और डाउनसाइड कितना पॉसिबल है वीकली बेसिस पे जो हम एनालिसिस करते हैं. नेचुरल गैस में कोई बाइंग में है तो अपना थोड़ा प्रॉफिट बुक करके चलना, ठीक है. ऊपर एक और FEG है, प्राइस वहाँ पर रुकने की कोशिश कर रहा है. अगर कैंडल इस लेवल के ऊपर क्लोज जाती है, सीधा सीधा बोल रहा हूँ, इस लेवल के ऊपर अगर कैंडल क्लोज हो गई तो प्राइस और ऊपर जाएगा, नहीं तो थोड़ा सा स्ट्रगल कर सकता है यहाँ पर वापस. मार्केट को ऊपर जाना है तो इसके ऊपर कैंडल क्लोज जरूरी है 256 के ऊपर. नहीं तो ये वापस नीचे आ जाएगा. बाकी ध्यान रखना ये थर्ड टाइम रीटेस्ट किया है इसने. अब लोअर हाई बन रहा है, हायर हाई नहीं बन रहा है. यहाँ पर पहली बार रीटेस्ट में एक हाई बनाया, सेकेंड टाइम हाई बनाया, थर्ड टाइम हाई है, तो ये कंटिन्यूसली लोअर हाई फॉर्म हो रहा है यहाँ पे. फिर ये रीटेस्ट भी ब्रेक होने के चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे. एक रीटेस्ट कितने देर तक होल्ड करेगा आखिरकार. $73 likes are done. करते रहो guys, like.
Month or next, Musalam says it could go either way. The St. Louis Fed chief spoke at a Bloomberg policy symposium this morning. Right now, the S&P 500 is poised for its 56th record of the year. Right now, it's up 0.4%. The Dow is higher by 0.6%, and the tech-heavy NASDAQ composite is up 0.9%. The 10-year Treasury yield is down about 2 basis points to near 4.20%. And that's news when you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nathan Hager, and this is Bloomberg.
Would have played the tour if it weren't for our stage.
Are you looking
for
for
a
a
parody,
new?
right? We want to be on the main stage, but and of course, it's a very timely argument, right? With what's going on right now with affirmative action and everything, it's like we do need these initiatives to provide a platform and pave the way, and also to prove the demand. It was incredible. We had Paramore in 2005. They had
News when you want it with
crowds, and we
Bloomberg
were
News
playing on this
Now. I'm
very
Scott
DIY
Carr.
stage.
Police in Manhattan are holding a news conference after United Health CEO Brian Thompson was fatally shot in the chest this morning near the New York Hilton Hotel. Minutes ago, the New York Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch says it appeared to be a brazen, targeted attack.
The victim was in New York City to speak at an investor conference. It appears the suspect was lying in wait for several minutes. And as the victim was walking to the conference hotel, the suspect approached from behind and fired several rounds, striking the victim at least once in the back and at least once in the right calf. Many people passed the suspect, but he appeared to wait for his intended target.
Tisch says they're asking for the public's help. They're offering a $10,000 reward for information regarding the killing. Thompson was rushed to an area hospital and later died. The 50-year-old was the chief executive officer of United Health Group's insurance division. People familiar tell Bloomberg early reports suggested the attack may have been targeted, that the alleged attacker was waiting for Thompson and shot him from about 20 feet away. A manhunt apparently continues for the shooter, who reports say was wearing a ski mask and fled the scene on a bicycle. It's expected French Prime Minister Michel Barnier will be ousted after French lawmakers are set to take a vote on a no-confidence motion today as that nation grapples with a deepening political crisis and a massive budget deficit. This after Barnier tried to ram through part of his government's budget for 2025 on Monday, which included measures to fill a large hole in France's public finances and bring the deficit back in line with the EU's rules by the end of the decade. Minutes ago, Boris Vallon, the head of the Socialists in Parliament, called Barnier's budget unjust and inefficient, and convincing the Socialists to support the government was effectively Barnier's last hope for survival, say reports. That's now been dashed. After a roller coaster ride over the past week, French stocks are relatively steady. The CAC in Paris was higher by 0.6% going into the close, slightly outperforming Europe's stock 600. On 54th Street in Midtown Manhattan, where the company had been hosting an investor day, Thompson was rushed to an area hospital and later died. The 50-year-old was the chief executive officer of United Health Group's insurance division. People familiar tell Bloomberg early reports suggested the attack may have been targeted, that the alleged attacker was waiting for Thompson and shot him from about 20 feet away. A manhunt.
The Fed chairman spoke impact on the crude oil. डायरेक्टली तो नहीं इम्पैक्ट होना चाहिए. नॉर्मली अगर आपको फेड के चेयरमैन की स्पीच में आज देखना है तो उनको यही देखना है आपको कि वो अभी सोच क्या रहे हैं. क्या वो आने वाले समय में इस मंथ में एक और रेट कट सोच रहे हैं या फिर नहीं. क्या वो पॉज करने वाले हैं रेट कट को या नहीं. क्योंकि देखो ये लास्ट मंथ ही मानो जनवरी में फिर ट्रम्प प्रेसिडेंट बन जाएंगे. 20 जनवरी को शायद उनकी सेरेमनी होती है. उसके बाद उनको इनको हटा देंगे वो. ठीक है, तो फिर कोई और बन जाएगा ट्रेजरी सेक्रेटरी जहाँ तक मुझे लगता है. तो अगर वो इस मंथ एक और रेट कट करते हैं तो थोड़ा बहुत हो सकता है इम्पैक्ट पड़े. अदरवाइज मुझे कुछ ज़्यादा खास उम्मीद नहीं है. उनका व्यू क्या है उसके रिगार्डिंग. क्योंकि कल आपका जो डेटा आया था, कल थर्ड थे ना, हाँ, जॉब ओपनिंग का डेटा, ये इम्पोर्टेंट था. तो अभी ये फिलहाल के लिए जो डेटा था वो तो फिलहाल सपोर्ट ही कर रहा है कि ये रेट कट होना चाहिए. बट देखते हैं, होगा अभी तो मैक्सिमम 25 बेसिस पॉइंट ही करेंगे, उससे ज़्यादा तो वैसे भी नहीं करने वाले. तो अभी क्या चल रहा है, करेंगे या नहीं करेंगे, तो हो सकता है उसका थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट पड़े. अगर कहते हैं कि करेंगे या फिर ज़्यादा कर देंगे 25 नहीं 50 बेसिस पॉइंट, तो हो सकता है कुछ इम्पैक्ट पड़े. अदरवाइज मेनली तो नहीं पड़ेगा. हाँ, कल आपकी पूरे दिन भर ओपेक की मीटिंग है, ओपेक और जेएमएमसी की. ठीक है, कल पूरे दिन भर मीटिंग है. आई थिंक ये हमारा इंडियन टाइम के अकॉर्डिंग इवनिंग के टाइम पे या फिर आई थिंक 2 या 3 बजे के आसपास इसका आउटकम निकल के आएगा. मीटिंग से कुछ निकलता है तो मार्केट हो सकता है उसको देख रहा हो, उसका थोड़ा बहुत इम्पैक्ट हो. तो ये ओपेक और जेएमएमसी की मीटिंग का क्या कंक्लूजन निकलता है, उसका मुझे लग रहा है मार्केट क्रूड ऑयल वेट करेगा कल। उससे पहले थोड़ी बहुत मैं कह सकता हूँ प्रॉफिट बुकिंग ठीक है, ठीक ठाक प्रॉफिट बुकिंग चल रही है। बाकी प्राइस के पास देखो, अब इस लेवल को ब्रेक करना भी थोड़ा सा मुश्किल रहेगा, अगर कुछ न्यूज़ वगैरह आती है तो अलग बात है। फेड चेयरमैन की स्पीच और ओपेक और जेएमएमसी की जो मीटिंग है उसका आउटकम। बाकी कल नेचुरल गैस की इन्वेंट्री है और आपका अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट क्लेम्स का डेटा है। एज यूजुअल कोई खास नहीं है। बाकी कुछ और ख़ास तो हुआ नहीं है मार्केट में। हाँ, कोई और न्यूज़ तो है नहीं यहाँ पे। नेचुरल गैस में कोई बाइंग में है भैया, थोड़ा प्रॉफिट बुक करना है, ये जब तक इसके ऊपर क्लोज नहीं करेगा तो ये रुका रहेगा यहाँ पर। 256 इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट लेवल राइट नाउ। सेवेंटी 75 लाइक्स हो चुके हैं गाइस, ओनली 25 लाइक्स आर रिमेनिंग। लाइक करते रहो सभी लोग। लाइक्स का टारगेट है, कम ऑन। लोगों ने लाइक नहीं किया, फटाफट से कर सकते हैं। बाकी ओवर ट्रेडिंग मत करना, कोई ट्रेड नहीं बना है तो अननेसेसरी मत रिस्क लेना। बाकी देखो, अगर ये क्रूड ऑयल वापस थोड़ा पुल बैक देता है तो वापस सेल कर सकते हैं इस एरिया से, जो ब्लैक कलर की लाइन ड्रॉ किया ना, इस एरिया के आसपास वापस यहीं से सेल कर सकते हैं। वैसे मुझे लगता नहीं इसमें ऑप्शन मिलेगा,
To see
अपॉर्चुनिटी
women
मिलेगी।
on and off stage. We want to see female sound techs, which is very hard to get. And I know because I throw events where I ask venues, can we get a female sound tech? Oh, we don't have any. Do you know any? Yes. Here you go, mpink.com. So it's a platform to hire female freelancers. And our vision has really grown, to see music as our beachhead market. And we're excited to expand to other verticals to become the global destination to hire female freelancers in every industry. And, the gig economy is growing at an unprecedented rate. Of course, as AI changes the landscape, reducing headcount, and that need to spin up an entire team, especially to collaborate quickly, is impacting more industries. So, we've seen this growth of the freelance economy. And, one of the staggering stats is that women make 50% less on these digital platforms like Fiverr and Upwork. And it's because they're underpricing their services. We are underpricing our services. So we're developing tools like an AI fair pay scale and other tools to, help freelancers and women get paid what they're worth, women and non-binary professionals. And also help these venues and companies and artists, staff female talent, because it's not a pipeline problem. I call like it is. Women are there. Women are talented. Women are skilled. It's just because we don't always have, the access, the boys club, we don't, everyone's like, I got a guy, we don't always get access to these opportunities. And so that's what Impact is all about.
Nice. So it sounds to me like there is a real financial focus to this, right? I mean, obviously, yes, we want the equality in the presence of individuals, the diversity of individuals, but the main driver here is you're seeing that the economics for these women in these fields is suffering because of historical, whether it's issues or boys club or whatever the case may be, you're
Right.
seeing these kind of differences and you're trying to fix that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we want to help women level up their skills, level up how they run their business. And, you know, and of course there's other struggles besides pricing your services, chasing down payments, invoicing, you know, like anyone who's ever done gig work knows, like sometimes you don't get paid in that 60 days, that
Right.
30, you know, and
Mhm.
you have to repeatedly chase it down. And so, you know, we're trying to solve those problems.
So you said one of the challenges is that women aren't pricing, or these women or non-binary folks aren't necessarily pricing themselves correctly.
At a holistic level, I feel like it comes down to the confidence gap, you know, and socialization. I mean, we all know women get paid. What are we at now? 83 cents to the dollar. If you look at wealth, it's even worse. I think I recently heard that, you know, it's like women's wealth. They own 30% of wealth or something compared to like the white man. I mean, it's, you know, so we all know the stats are out there, right? And it's kind of, the odds are stacked against us. So there's a confidence gap. There's a lack of access to information. You know, we're not on the golf course, so to speak, you know, having these discussions. We haven't had access to a lot of these gigs. And again, I really just think it comes down to the confidence. I mean, I like to coach my friends on negotiating for job offers.
He suggested that he thinks we're very close to a pause. And one of the reasons is that the economy is moving very quickly.
Can I buy crude oil call option for OPEC plus meeting results? I heard such news about price. I don't want to comment on that. I only, you know, mark the level for intraday. I don't trade, you know, based on the news, or I don't want to suggest anything, you know, based on the news. कुछ भी हो सकता है प्राइस ऊपर ही चला जाए 200 पॉइंट हो सकता है, कुछ भी ना हो सकता, डाउन आ जाए. सो इट इज बेस्ड ऑन द न्यूज़. उस पर मैं कुछ कमेंट नहीं कर सकता. अगर आप लेना चाह रहे हो तो आपकी चॉइस है. मैं सजेस्ट नहीं करता ओवरनाइट पोजीशन. वी ओनली ट्रेड इंट्राडे बेसिस. सिर्फ इंट्राडे में ही लेवल्स पे ट्रेड करते हैं. क्रूड पुट होल्ड है तो आप प्रॉफिट बुक करके ट्रेल करो. मार्केट क्लोजिंग भी होने वाली है, 1 घंटा रह गया है बस. वॉल्यूम कम हो जाता है 10:30 के बाद. न्यूयॉर्क सेशन में वॉल्यूम 10:30 का डाउन जाना स्टार्ट हो जाता है फॉरेक्स में. प्रॉफिट बुक करके एसएल कॉस्ट पे रख लो.
Went down to 52.1 from 56. All of the sub-indexes went down, including new orders and production. The outlooks are down, still positive, not in contraction territory, but definitely showing a slowing in the economy. The only one that really didn't move was prices. So you've got a mixed message there. We're still seeing price pressures, still seeing some problems for inflation, but the overall economy is slowing down.
Okay, so that sounds like there's need for more data so that we can...
We are data dependent.
Yeah, read into it some more. All right, Mike McKee, as always, thank you so much. Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent, Michael McKee. Coming up, we're going to take a look at the current situation in South Korea, show you how some ETFs tied to that country are trading. This is Bloomberg.
Let's just say a lot of hearts were broken in this transaction. You had HPS that we had initially reported tried to go public, now selling to BlackRock instead. You have a co-founder telling analysts this morning on the call that the reason was to really change the face of capital markets moving forward. How is this team set to do that if they can at all?
So let's go back and look at the firm that they're joining, BlackRock, one of the largest asset managers in the world, $11.5 trillion. But when it comes to private assets, especially in private credit, maybe irrelevant is too strong a word, but BlackRock was certainly punching below its weight. Now, with this deal, it is an important step both for HPS because it gets the BlackRock platform, but even more important for BlackRock because in the asset management industry, the biggest growth has been coming from the alternatives bucket. And within that bucket, private credit seems to be the most attractive pocket, at least judging by the money flowing into it. Even BlackRock strategists have predicted that this market that's already ballooned to about $1.7, $1.8 trillion could double by 2028. And that's a big step forward. BlackRock did not have scale there. It was going to be hard for them to do anything in an organic fashion. So this makes sense. They had to make a splash like this, and they've done that here.
So where does this leave BlackRock in terms of the league tables? Because so far the narrative has been BlackRock is racing to catch up. That's why it's making all of these acquisitions. But with HPS now, the alternatives business will actually be bigger than Carlyle. So how should we be talking about them when it comes to the industry?
And it's important that you talk about all the deals that they've done, because it's not just HPS. If you look at what BlackRock has accomplished in the last 12 months, two of the biggest deals in the asset management industry, HPS comes with about $150 billion in private credit assets, but also GIP, which has $170 billion in infrastructure assets. Take that together, and BlackRock's private market assets have more than doubled just with these two deals in the last year. They also had the deal for Preqin, the data provider. So clearly they're making a big push. And I'd go as far as to say, back in 2009, the deal that BlackRock struck with Barclays to buy the index fund business and how that transformed BlackRock, this could have a similar transformational effect if executed well.
Transform them in terms of putting them as one of now the biggest issuer of ETFs, which also transformed the whole landscape.
Is there any concern, is there any regulatory concern here, especially considering the Texas lawsuit? I mean, even if it's only a passive custodian of, $12 trillion in assets, it still can obviously exert some kind of influence.
Look, we are heading into 2025 and a new administration, and who knows what policies they will bring with them. It will be unpredictable, and BlackRock certainly has been a lightning rod, at least for a lot of the big conservative players, especially with their push in the index business, with their passive ownership and the influence they were exerting. But this is in private markets. We haven't gotten the sense that this is going to face any real regulatory trouble, but it's hard to rule it out at this stage.
One interesting part of this, too, is BlackRock already has an insurance business that serves about $700 billion worth of assets for insurance clients. This helps bring them closer, but it's not the Apollo model where they bought an insurance company. One thing, though, to consider, I think, is when you say $4.5 trillion in private credit, you're talking about direct lending. How much can they broaden away from direct lending into other forms of private credit? Do we know about their desire to do that?
I mean, every pocket within private credit, however you want to slice and dice, is not just direct lending, is sort of what we're talking about in that $3.5 trillion bucket by 2028. So BlackRock would want to have a footprint in all of those pockets, and I think this deal will help them get there.
And let's just reflect on how many deals BlackRock has done to grown in this space. I mean, we're talking about HPS. You mentioned Preqin. You mentioned some of the other deals that they've done, GIP, for example. When does culture start to be a concern? Because that is just a lot of people, employees that you're trying to integrate into the machine that is BlackRock.
When does culture start becoming a concern? Yesterday. When you're talking about two big deals, two roughly $12.5 billion, so about $25 billion worth of deals coming into BlackRock, it changes the face of their private markets investing business at a place which is a big force in public markets. But you also know, when you think about the private market investors, how they perceive themselves relative to public market investors is very different. They see themselves in a little more of an elite scale. So coming into a place like BlackRock, yes, they will operate with a little bit of independence and will be siloed off a little bit, but the gestation period is going to be fascinating to watch.
In a little bit lower than 150, but pretty darn good estimates today, because we get 146,000 jobs found by ADP during the month of November. Now, that is a significantly lower number than the 223 they had found the prior month. And of course, we only got 12 out of non-farm payrolls. So we'll see what happens when we get the number on Friday. A lot of questions about how much noise is in this data and whether we're going to see a rebound or not. Apparently, we saw something of a rebound in ADP, but not huge.
Mike, a lot of economists have done the work already. The kind of rebound we could expect on Friday, how much of that would come from hurricane disruption? How much of that would come from strikes ending? Are we looking for a number around 100K, Mike? Could it be that higher? Just a snapback for those two reasons alone?
Well, we could get around 100,000 in terms of a snapback. The estimate, as you were mentioning, about 200,000. That'll fluctuate this week as these additional details come in. But we had about 30,000 people who were out on strike. They'll be added back in. And the real question is, how many people were out of work the weeks that we saw the hurricane effects in the South, and how many of them have been able to go back to work? That's going to be the real question. And then on top of that, you want to add in what are we seeing in terms of new job creation? The Fed will probably be more interested in that than in the overall number.
Mike, I'm looking right now at the revisions for the prior month for the ADP employment change, and it's about a 50,000 job difference in terms of a decrease from what was reported of 233,000. And I have to wonder, with revisions like this, 50 to 60,000 on a monthly basis, does the surprise have to be really extraordinary, north of 100,000, to really make a difference for some of the macroeconomic calls coming out of the U.S. Central Bank?
Well, it might be. We generally don't see such big revisions in the non-farm payrolls month to month, but because of the fact that so many companies couldn't report due to the hurricanes, there is probably going to be an element of that in these numbers coming out on Friday that we also see in this ADP revised down number, that companies who couldn't report or couldn't get an accurate count for the month of October now are able to report, and we see the revision coming in. Again, the Fed is less concerned with the overall job creation number if it's more or less in line with what we have seen in the trend. They're going to look at the unemployment rate, which is forecast not to be changed at 4.1, but that is not going to be affected, hasn't been affected by the strikes or the hurricanes.
The roadmap that brought you to the advent of the spot Bitcoin ETFs. And if you think about Solana, if you think about some of these other altcoins like XRP, for example, I know a lot of investors have been really looking out for that. What type of roadmap are we looking at?
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of deja vu. We used to keep this tracker of like everything that's been filed, what's been filed, when, what are the deadlines, and that died down after we finally got the Ethereum ETFs approvals, and that has all changed over the last couple months. So we have a bunch of issuers filing for Solana and XRP, like you said. They're filing for basket ETFs, so they're going to hold more than just Bitcoin and Ethereum and these other coins. It'll be 10 coins potentially, and we have some filings for just Bitcoin and Ethereum. So they're throwing spaghetti at the wall and seeing what this SEC is going to be ready to do.
Well, so let's talk about this next SEC, because I'm wondering how the narrative shifted, at least in your world, after Trump won last month.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way of putting it other than that Gensler's SEC was very negative on crypto. They were not accommodative at all. They refused to do rulemaking. So this coming SEC, even if they are, one, most people are expecting them to be accommodative. They're expecting them to do some sort of clear rulemaking. But even if they don't do that, even if they're less, argumentative with the space, less negative on the space, that would be positive. So I think a lot of issuers are hoping to kind of get these things out the door as quickly as possible and get the ball rolling, but there's no guarantee that these filings that we've seen right now are going to start the ball.
Something you've noted in your analysis is not just what you see from the issuers themselves, but also the exchanges. A lot of these newer filings when it comes to Solana have filed alongside SEBI. Why is that?
Yeah, it's funny. So the three of the filers, Van Eck, 21 Shares, and Canary, they have partnered with SEBI in different ways in the past. Bitwise, specifically for the Solana filing, is interesting to partner with SEBI because all of their other filings in the past have been with the New York Stock Exchange. So that kind of tells me that, one, maybe the New York Stock Exchange isn't willing to push the envelope, and SEBI kind of is. There's no way to know exactly how this is going to tie out. But the way the SEC usually works is once these things filed, all of these issuers filed with SEBI on the 21st of November. And typically within 14 days, usually on the 14th day, the SEC acknowledges it. And that's when the clock really starts. So we have till the end of this week, really, for the SEC to acknowledge these things. Back when Van Eck and 21 Shares filed these a couple months ago, they basically never got acknowledged. SEBI was forced to withdraw. It was almost a pseudo decline. So we could see this SEC decline to even look at these right now because, the SEC's Division of Enforcement is actively calling Solana a security or saying that it went through a securities offering.
Good morning from London. I'm Anna Edwards alongside Guy Johnson and Chrissy Gupta, who is today in Paris. We're an hour away from the opening trade. Here's what you need to know. President Emmanuel Macron calls on French lawmakers to reject today's vote that would topple the government and throw the country into further political turmoil. We're live in Paris. South Korea's opposition submits an impeachment proposal against President Yoon after a day of chaos where the leader imposed and then lifted martial law. Plus, Germany's foreign minister suggests NATO membership for Ukraine could be part of a peace deal with Russia as the alliance meets in Brussels.
Anna, as you just suggested, the market theme of the morning is political chaos. You're seeing that writ large across the assets around the world that we track so carefully. The Euro Stoxx futures this morning are fairly flat. That's one area maybe of stability. Euro dollar, keep an eye on what is happening there. Christine Lagarde speaks a little bit later. And oh yeah, something's happening in France a little bit later on. Crude's got that one. The Korean won has been on something of a wild ride over the last 24 hours as we see martial law being imposed and then lifted. The parliament's striking back. So the Korean won has been on a roller coaster, I say. The euro dollar climbing and then falling against the won. S&P futures at the moment, though, are up by 0.1%. Powell speaks a little bit later on. Is it political chaos or Powell that is in control of the narrative today? The countdown to the opening trade, it starts right now. So, political chaos, that seems to be the market narrative right now. That is what everybody is having to price in. You see it in France and you see it in Korea. We are going to start in France, where Kriti has journeyed across the English Channel. She is in the French capital. It is our top story of the day. Kriti, what kind of a day are you going to have? What kind of a day are we going to see in France?
Well, Guy, Anna, it's a crucial day in France. Paris is waking up to what could be a historic day in France, potentially the very first no-confidence vote, the very first time that the special law, the loi spéciale, could be imposed by the French government for the first time in modern history. That's what Parisians and the French citizenship is waking up to this morning. It's crucial. In the next 24 hours, we're going to get two no-confidence votes at about 4 p.m. Central Time, local time here in Paris. It starts off first with the left bringing up that no confidence vote, perhaps with the support of Marine Le Pen. If that vote does not go through, Marine Le Pen and the National Rally will bring in a second vote. Regardless, Guy, and I think what you need to know here is that the odds are stacked against Prime Minister Michel Barnier. The question is, what does Emmanuel Macron do next going into the holidays?
Kriti, thank you very much. Kriti Gupta there in Paris. And Guy, in terms of where we are then, as Kriti was saying, two votes we get today. Yeah. So the drama slightly extended. Plenty of uncertainty as to what would happen if this government does fall. And if everybody, let's be frank, if everybody votes along party lines, it does seem as if this government will fall. But that's why President Macron is urging people to think about other things and to not cause that to happen.
Where is he?
He's actually not in France. He's in Riyadh. I mean, maybe his judgment is that it would be a sign of too much panic to stay at home. I'm not sure. But in terms of whether we are panicked, we have seen this sort of calm before the storm in markets over the last day or so. We were talking about this yesterday. 84 is where we are on the spread. Levels we haven't seen since 2012, but still, you know, it hasn't moved much higher in the last couple of days, which perhaps is a blessing. Euro is pretty stable at 105, but euro volatility has really increased over this period. We've been looking at that versus cable volatility. You can see that euro volatility is certainly elevated.
It does feel as if Le Pen's view is Barnier first, Macron second. That seems to be the way that the targets are presenting themselves.
If she is around to take on Macron next time around, and that is perhaps crucial as to how hardball she's playing this time.
The French situation seems relatively calm compared with what we've seen in Korea overnight and what we've been watching develop there. South Korea, obviously a firm focus of the markets, as we have seen martial law being imposed in the country briefly. Parliamentarians racing to the National Assembly to vote that down and to restore the democratic process. We now potentially see the president being impeached. That process now appears to be underway under treason charges. We have seen, therefore, significant volatility in South Korean assets over the last few hours. The Korean won depreciating sharply, the stock market under significant pressure. It's also worth noting that Japanese stocks have been responding quite strongly to this story as well. Defense stocks, particularly in Japan, obviously quite close, were some of the best performers. This Japanese market just closing, defense stocks outperforming a lot of other stocks on that market as well today. Nervousness rippling across the region.
Yeah, I mean, Korea represents a lot of things, doesn't it, for different investors? There's the tech theme there. There's the diversification away from China there. There's emerging markets becoming developed markets. There are all kinds of investment themes. There's being at the centre of global trade flows. All of these things coalesce around Korea. And interesting, the Markets Live blog writing about how Korean assets, stocks in particular, have experienced a Korean discount over the last 10 years. is. And they say that this, of course, is just going to point in further in that direction. And, you know, the Kospi trades at that discount, trades at a discount to book value, in fact. This is a country that wants to enter those developed market indexes. It makes it much more difficult to do that when you see scenes playing out as they did over the last 24 hours.
Caught everybody on the hop. Nobody saw this coming. The White House had no indication that this was happening, apparently. So it does also raise questions, I think, about sort of geopolitical stability in the region as well. It obviously has the North Korean issue to deal with. You've got the Chinese issue as well. Yes. 30,000 troops are still stationed in South Korea, US troops, and you wonder how the Trump administration is going to see that as well.
Absolutely, and this segues nicely into our next story, because I think we spoke to a former trade minister in South Korea who was saying, look, this is a country that should be preparing for the next Trump administration. Lots of countries around the world should be preparing for the next Trump administration rather than taking to these kind of tactics. And that takes us on to what's going on with Ukraine. The German foreign minister in the last 24 hours then, Guy, suggesting that NATO accession should be something that is on the table for Ukraine, even in some kind of peace deal with Putin, if that ever comes to pass. And this is interesting in the German context, because actually Olaf Scholz has been pretty lukewarm.
Can we buy natural gas? No, there is no new trade now. Already buying में हो तो ही ट्रेल करो. FEG के ऊपर निकल रहा है, थोड़ा सा और ऊपर जाने के चांसेस हैं. बीच में कोई एंट्री नहीं होती है. Entry only at the levels.
Whether NATO membership is something that is, you know, to be gifted in amongst the complexities of some kind of conversation with Putin.
It's the security guarantees that are going to be required. Do they go as far as NATO membership? Can you rebuild? Can you create any kind of a lasting peace that will allow a real rebuilding of Ukraine without some kind of a security guarantee? Because otherwise, the expectation will be that you just have chaos in Ukraine that continues, and that ultimately is what Putin will wait for, a tactical withdrawal followed by something else further down the road.
Yes, really interesting. And taking the sort of broader view of all of the political chaos and the violence that we're seeing unfolding globally right now. Mark Champion from Bloomberg Opinion writing really compellingly yesterday about, sure, there are plenty of domestic local drivers for all of this political chaos, whether you're talking about Seoul or Paris or Tbilisi or the Middle East or Ukraine. There are local drivers, but the fact that we are heading for another Trump administration and what the leadership from America is going to look like, how different it is going to be, is certainly worth dwelling on. Shall we tell everybody about what is coming up on the programme? We have a great roster of guests to talk about some of the big themes in markets. We will discuss the turmoil in France. We're joined by Maria Demertzis, programme leader at the Conference Board, no doubt weighing in on the economics in play in Paris and the broader macro story as well. Fabrice Lesachet from MEDEF. This is the lobby group for French business. Just what kind of tolerance does French business have for political turmoil right now? He's going to be joining Critty, in fact, in Paris.
Looking forward to that conversation. Do you hide out in gold when it comes to trying to manage some of this political risk that we are seeing around the world? We're going to ask that question to Francisco Blanche, Bank of America Global Research Head of Commodities and Derivatives, Nanette Herschler-Fayedeb, Lombard Odier, EMEA CIO. How is she handling this political chaos? Gonzalo Gotazar, CEO of CaixaBank, joining us later. What are we seeing in terms of M&A? What are we seeing in terms of consolidation within the European banking space? What is happening in Spain? All of those questions, I think, relevant. And Jens Spahn, the German CDU lawmaker, is going to be joining Olli Kruk in Berlin a little bit later on as well. I think we've got the political narrative nailed this morning.
I think we really have. And it strikes me that Spain stands out as a sort of sea of calm in amongst all of this, which is an incredible pivot and something that we will no doubt want to get his impression on.
Is that going to be sustained, though? But you think about what is happening in Madrid right now. Under the surface, actually not too far from the surface at all, is quite a lot of political instability. Could Spain be next in terms of a name we add to the list of what we're seeing in Europe and around the world right now?
In terms of today's agenda, then, we're dealing with this no-confidence vote. It comes in two stages in France. That plays out this afternoon, European time. At 3 p.m, we'll get ISM services, that number out of the United States. We get the Fed's beige book a little later, and Christine Lagarde speaking ahead of an ECB meeting next week. Really interesting. Mary Daly, in terms of the central banking narrative, talking about a cut in December remains on the table but isn't certain. I thought it was interesting the wording she was using. We have to keep rates moving down to accommodate the economy. And I wonder, maybe we're not hearing quite so much of that argument around this desk recently, that the economy needs lower and lower rates at this point. That doesn't seem to be the narrative that we're hearing very often, but we'll try and dig into that a little bit more.
Powell's going to speak later today. Is he going to push back? Is he going to nail the December cuts? I think that is a question the market will be looking for very carefully later on. You've also got payrolls coming up on Friday, a critical piece of data. So a lot going on in terms of that Fed narrative returning. But it does feel still eclipsed by what is happening with the geopolitical story.
And if we're all obsessed by the data, or we're wanting to try and get back to some of the data, despite the geopolitics, not sure the jolts gave us too much to go on. Stabilisation seemed to be the word I was seeing attached to the jolts report.
And maybe we'll see some PMI data emerging throughout this show, which will give us greater clarity as well. We'll look forward to that in the second hour. What else do you need to know this morning? The London stock market has shrunk at its fastest pace in over a decade. Roughly 45 companies have delisted this year alone, mainly as a result of M&A. Foreign private equity companies have been particularly active as bargain hunters have taken advantage of what some may argue are low valuations. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Donald Trump is considering Florida Governor Ron DeSantis as a possible replacement for Pete Hegseth, his current pick for Defense Secretary. Hegseth, the former Fox News host, has faced increasing scrutiny regarding allegations about his personal life, and he is likely to face a tough confirmation hearing in the Senate. And one of the ECB's most hawkish officials, Robert Holzmann, says that any rate cut next week will be, quote, moderate. The Austrian central banker adding that the geopolitical environment indicates the price increases are more likely than unlikely. Another quarter-point reduction at the ECB's final meeting of the year is broadly expected. Christine Lagarde speaks to the European Parliament a little bit later on today. Compare and contrast the Fed and the ECB. Look at what is happening in euro-dollar right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving certainly in different directions. I mean, no surprise, perhaps, that Holtzman is taking this tack. If you look at that sort of chart of doves to hawks, he's always very much on the hawkish side. So if he's leaning towards 25, and despite others maybe wanting to go for something more aggressive like 50, that wouldn't be a huge surprise. But we certainly factor that into the thinking. I was drawn to Marcus Ashworth from Bloomberg Opinion. He was writing about how the ECB next week is actually going to be more interesting than perhaps on the face of it appears, because Christine Lagarde, in his view, has to deliver a message that the guiding obsession, the guiding priority is avoiding a recession. And that doesn't seem to be the line that we're hearing from Holtzman. He seems a lot more preoccupied by inflation and pickups in inflation.
It's also not her job. Let's be clear about that. Her job is inflation. Her job is managing inflation. That's the primary mandate by a country mile. There's a single mandate central bank.
Yeah.
So recessions aren't really her purview. Nevertheless, it's obviously going to have an impact on inflation. But it's interesting, you talk about the kind of the hawks versus the doves on the ECB. I was talking to the Greek central banker the other day. He was talking about a need for caution. There's a lot of things happening in the future. Does the ECB want to stick a 50 basis point cut at this point and look silly maybe 6 months down the road where tariffs kick in and inflation rises again?
Yes.
There does seem to be a little bit of kind of wait-and-see approach, maybe.
Yeah, Christine Lagarde has downplayed the role that tariffs and counter-tariffs would have in playing into inflation. But we'll see if we get a little bit more on that, perhaps today and certainly into next week. Coming up on the programme then, a lot to deal with. We have the latest out of South Korea as the president faces a formal impeachment proposal. Plus, with France in focus, we'll take a look at the sentiment in French equity markets at the open of trade this morning. Up next, we'll be live in Paris with a preview of that crucial no-confidence vote ahead. If you have questions, please do get in touch. IB plus BBTV Go, whether you're in London or Paris or Berlin or Seoul, wherever you are, get involved in our conversations. Send us a message, get in touch with the team. This is Bloomberg.
So, President Macron, who's in Saudi Arabia, has called on French lawmakers to set aside their personal ambition and reject a vote that would topple the current French government. Far-right leader Marine Le Pen has vowed to support today's no-confidence motion called by the left-wing coalition. Together, the two groups have enough votes to pass the motion and topple the government.
I hope so, and it's indeed possible. It depends on the members of the National Assembly, each whom has a responsibility to the French people, to the voters of their constituency, and before France too, which is at a rather serious moment.
Michel Barnier, the current Prime Minister, speaking to French TV. Let's go to Paris. Kriti is standing by. Talk us through the day, Kriti.
It's going to be a historic day. The odds are stacked against Michel Barnier, although he, as you just pointed out, cautiously optimistic alongside Emmanuel Macron. Basically, what you're going to get is a procedural vote at about 4 p.m. local time. They're going to debate a motion that will initially be brought forward by the left, the NFP in particular. Marine Le Pen has indicated that her and her National Rally Party and their coalition will back the vote. That being said, just in case they don't have enough votes, Marine Le Pen will then lead her party in yet a second no confidence vote. By the end of the day, Guy and Anna, Michel Barnier may no longer have a job. And that's where the next 48 hours matter quite a bit. But the spotlight shifts onto Emmanuel Macron about how he's going to move forward in terms of getting a French budget across the finish line.
Yes, and so what happens if Barnier is voted out then, Chrissy? I know we talked quite a bit about how some of the ministers stay in caretaker roles and there are processes to avoid a shutdown, but there's still a lot of uncertainty as to the specifics.
So you won't get a shutdown the way you do in the United States. That is because of a very specific law enacted in 2001. I've been practicing my pronunciation all morning, so stick with me here. The Loi Spéciale, basically the special law in English. It basically talks about this idea that at the end of the day, if a caretaker government in the form of Michel Barnier or someone else, if Emmanuel Macron chooses, isn't able to get a budget through Parliament, the president himself can push the budget through. But it comes with a little bit of a caveat. Basically, they have to bring over the 2024 budget for the first few months of 2025. Now, that should be all right in theory, except what it does is create some very stringent measures on things that the French public and French Parliament would have wanted to spend on into the new year. A big example of that is defense. And that's been a major topic, not just in France, but across Europe and certainly in Brussels as well.
Crudy's going to keep us updated all morning. We're counting down to this French vote, two French votes a little bit later on, as she says. Crudy Gupta in Paris. Crudy in Paris. We're joined now by Maria Demetsis, Economy, Strategy and Finance Programme Leader at the Conference Board. Good morning.
Morning.
How are French CEOs feeling right now?
I think they're worried about what happens next. The conditions that brought us here, which is really the French budget, will not be resolved then for another year at least. And that, of course, is not good for French finances. And I think they're worried about what this means for spreads, which, of course, the cost of borrowing is going to go up for them. And it's going to be a lot more difficult to make investments. So that's not good news for France.
So political instability, harder to make investments, higher taxes as well. Presumably that makes it harder to make investments as well.
Well, I think we need to see the new budget. Actually, in the current circumstances, we just continue as is. The budget continues as is. But that means that the French government will not be able to consolidate. European Commission will be watching France very carefully and will demand that down the line France makes the decisions that it needs to do, the necessary cuts. So all we will get is a postponement of very hard decisions that need to happen.
Maria, we talked a lot about in bond markets how investors are weighing up the difference or lack of difference between French debt and Greek debt at this point, which seems incredible given what we saw back in 2011 with the Greek debt crisis. And yet there are differences, and one is that France has the support of the European, of the EU here. You know, the budget, the plan it is trying to put through at least, has the support of the European bodies. Where does that go next? How much is that tested, that relationship between France, between Paris and Brussels here?
Yeah, indeed. First of all, I think this parallelism with Greece just isn't appropriate. You're talking about 2011. The spreads for Greece were in a very different position where we are now. Greece has made huge progress since then, and now the spreads are actually a good reflection of the progress that Greece has made. If France is compared to Greece now, that is not problematic. The comparison is that French spreads has increased from where they were last year, and that, of course, creates that the direction of travel for France is perhaps a little problematic. But I think the relationship with the European Commission is indeed special. There had always been a French exceptionalism in Brussels, and need to see whether this will continue. This is a very big test case for the European Commission, in my view, as well, whether it is going to hold France accountable for all that it needs to do, or whether it is going to treat France in a special case again. My sense is that the pressure on the European Commission to follow the rules is very big, and they will be pushing France to consolidate and indeed, as I said, make the tough decisions that they have to make to bring the budget deficit down.
And yet some of the opinion polling suggests that opinions in France are turning against Michel Barnier and what he's trying to do here, which might not be a surprise to anybody. You know, but a lot of people don't vote for anything that feels like they're losing out or austerity. What arguments can Brussels make, can Paris make to try and convince the French people that this is in the longer term, the right path ahead?
Well, I don't know that Brussels can make any of these arguments. It doesn't work this way. Capitals don't want to hear Brussels telling them what to do. But the fact of the matter is France has got a budget deficit of 6%. It needs to go down. The reference value is 3%, a very big distance to cover still.
But do you think French voters understand why that needs to come down?
Well, I think they need to. I think there needs to be a communication strategy here which explains that 6% is not sustainable. France also has a debt which is above 100%, so at this point this can become difficult. It is important that the government, in all sides, all political spectrum, actually explains this to the public, because it will happen.
Mm.
How do French CEOs compare with other CEOs around Europe? Are French CEOs pretty much in line with the rest of Europe in terms of the kind of the data that you get surrounding CEO sentiment? What do you think we're looking at in terms of the compare and contrast? Because there's plenty of other problems around Europe. Europe is in stagnation. That seems to be the biggest one.
That's right. And I think one element that is common across all CEOs, and this is a survey that we've done recently, is telling us that European CEOs don't want to invest in Europe. They much prefer outside Europe. Conditions elsewhere are actually better than they are in the EU. And this is, of course, problematic. But it's also consistent with the current account surplus that we see in Europe, which effectively says that savings will not have a good rate of return in the EU.
And can anything change that? Because this is something that Mario Draghi has talked about a lot. This is part of his drive around competitiveness for Europe. He wants policy change that encourages more of that money to stay in Europe. And some of these CEOs you speak to, they're big fans of what Mario Draghi has to say. So, you know, it sounds simple, doesn't it? Just implement what Mario Draghi says and then the money stays here.
In fact, that's exactly what they said. They are very, very keen for the Draghi report to be implemented in full. They do, of course, have preferences. They would tell us that actually if there is one thing that needs to happen is simplification of regulation. That is very important to the CEOs, because right now the regulatory burden in Europe is exorbitant. And, of course, the second thing they want is deepening the single market. So this is something that could really help.
Do you think that's going to happen? What's the degree of confidence that Draghi is going to be delivered upon, that red tape is going to be rolled back?
What we see actually in the first 100 days of the European Commission, their simplification of regulation is becoming a top priority. Therefore, a lot of resources will be put in trying to simplify that. Now, I would like to see that delivered. We have been talking about this for a long time. But it's interesting to see that in Mrs. von der Leyen's priorities, that is one of the bigger ones.
Can I ask you about tariffs? Because clearly we wait to find out what it is that President-elect Trump intends to put in terms of tariffs on Europe. And then we wait to see how Europe will respond. It's interesting in your survey that companies, not many of them, think that tariffs is the answer here. I mean, I suppose that's not surprising. But I wonder how this will play out from a European perspective, because there will be politically a temptation for some European politicians to say, OK, well, if you do tariffs, President Trump, then we will as well.
I don't think that the European Union wants tariffs. If we get tariffs, there will be a proportional retaliation. That's part of the approach that the European Commission always follows. So there will be counter-tariffs, and nobody wins from that.
Will they deliberately be of lesser in scale than the US tariffs? Will that be the approach?
No. It will be proportional. It will be entirely proportional. Any tariffs that happen to the European Union, there will be proportional retaliation. This is exactly what happened in 2016, and I'm convinced that this is what will happen this time around. However, what I also think will happen is that Europe will actually try and talk to Trump and say, look, there are things we can do here, and defense is the biggest one. Europe needs to beef up its defense expenditure and will buy from the US, and that, of course, is something that can be negotiated.
Maria, thank you very much. Thanks for coming to see us whilst you're in London. Maria de Mertzis, Economic Strategy and Finance Programme Leader at the Conference Board. Coming up on the programme, don't miss our conversation on markets, commodities specifically. Francisco Blanche, Head of Commodities and Derivatives at B of A Global Research. A lot to talk about, whether it's oil this week, gold this week. Plenty in focus in the commodity space. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. Looking to add to the gains of yesterday, eking out we will have an exclusive conversation with the proposal to impeach President Yoon after he imposed and then lifted martial law. South Korean stocks lead declines in Asia. Authorities vow to provide unlimited liquidity to stabilize markets. Plus, French President Emmanuel Macron says his government can survive today's no-confidence vote, insisting he won't resign before his term ends in 2027. European markets futures are pointing lower after 4 straight days of gains, and France may be part of the story there. European futures then pointing to losses of 0.1%, so we could be snapping 4 days of gains for European markets. The S&P 500, by the way, notched its 55th record of the year, and S&P futures pointing to further gains today, up 0.1%. FTSE 100 futures here in the UK pointing lower by 0.3%. Nasdaq 100 futures pointed to gains of 0.3. Let's fit the board and look cross-asset. The focus, of course, on the selling pressure across Korean assets. Equities at least reflecting that. Currently, the cost will be down 1.4% as they head to the close over in South Korea, dragging Asia lower on the political uncertainty and a reminder the economic challenges of that country as well, potentially facing tariffs from the incoming Trump administration. The Korean won is currently a little stronger versus the dollar, up 1.2%, so it's reversing some of the earlier losses of yesterday, but not by the entirety of the margins. Currently, you're looking at dollar down versus the Korean won by 1.2%. The US 10-year yielding you 4.23. We look ahead to Jay Powell's comments later today, the Beige Book, and a data load as well from the US in terms of services and factory orders and durable goods orders as well, all crossing later today. Gold is also getting a bit of a gain on the back of maybe some of this political uncertainty globally, currently up 0.2%, the yellow metal. Now, German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock says NATO membership for Ukraine could be part of a peace deal with Russia. Baerbock also suggested an agreement could also include conceding some occupied Ukrainian territory. Her remarks came ahead of a meeting of NATO foreign ministers. NATO chief Mark Rutte says the focus will be on speeding military aid to Kyiv rather than discussing a possible peace process. I'm joined now by someone who has deep expertise, of course, and a crucial touch point on Europe's defence sector, Pascal Bouchiat, CFO of French defence and aerospace firm Thales. Pascal, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Let's start with the war on our doorstep, which is Ukraine. Is Thales, is the sector ramping up supplies to Ukraine?
Good morning. Ukraine for Thales represents quite a small exposure. Ukraine represents less than 1% of Thales revenues, which means that in case of a ceasefire in Ukraine, overall Thales will not be affected. Now, you mentioned about defense, and it's true that we keep seeing defense spendings growing across the board in many countries. And it is one of the markets where Thales enjoy quite a strong demand, together with cyber and digital, and together with aerospace. So overall, what we see today in front of us is more like a decade of growth, and this a bit regardless of how the situation in Ukraine will evolve in the next coming months.
Pascal, what level of defence spending are you modelling internally at Thales? Your expectations, your forecasts as we look into 2025?
Oh, we have seen, most countries across the board growing their defence spendings, and most of them today meeting the requirements of NATO, i.e. a level of defense spending that represents approximately 2% of their GDP. And we believe that from this level, we will see countries, NATO countries, keeping rising their overall defense spendings. What we model in our own projection for 2025 is something like 5.5% of growth in defense spendings in the countries where we operate. So, quite a good level of growth. But once again, what is more important to us is not just the 2025 level of growth, it's considering that, considering the overall geopolitical tensions, and Ukraine is not the only case, we believe that in front of us, we will have something like a decade of growing demands in terms of defense.
Okay, a decade of growing demand in terms of defence. Do you and the team expect that the incoming Trump administration will be a catalyst for additional spending on defence by NATO members, other NATO members, and by members of the European Union?
I think it's likely to be the case. Mr. Trump has been quite clear, asking European countries or NATO countries to take their fair share of spendings in terms of defense. And it's true that we see the US spending overall much more in terms of proportions of their GDP, in terms of defense spendings. And I think it's fair that NATO countries, in particular European countries, continue to rise their defense spending. This is what they forecast, and this is what we'll take advantage of in the next 5 years overall for Thales, as we serve most of the NATO countries from our industrial base in many countries. This is the case in France, of course, but this is also the case in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Italy, in UK, so in many countries where we have a pretty strong industrial base. So which means that overall, I think that we should benefit from this level of requirements with all European countries investing more on defense.
Is the political uncertainty in France leading you to delay any investments?
No, I think that I can understand, a bit of concern following, this overall political turmoil in France. No, we need to take a broader perspective. As I mentioned earlier, we have in front of us a 10 years growth in most of our businesses, in particular defense, but the same in our aerospace business. You have in mind probably, the level of backlog at our key customers, in particular Airbus. So we'll take advantage of all of that, which means for us, it's not a question of delaying investments. It's a question more to invest in order for us to accelerate in terms of delivery, to meet this level of demand that has probably never been so high in most of the markets that we are in.
Do you have a message for lawmakers meeting today who may topple this French government?
No specific message. I don't want to comment. But once again, I think that we need to distinguish between the very short terms, and this might be the situation today with this potential no confidence vote, from what we see on the longer terms, and Thales being active on fast-growing markets, and this is what we think is much more important than the very short terms that you mentioned.
I need to talk about the investigation into bribery, alleged bribery, allegations from the French and UK sides as well. So under investigation, the company, as a result of these claims, suspected bribery and corruption. How long have you known about this investigation, Pascal?
No, let me come back on this point. First, we confirm the initiation of investigations in relation to the performance of a country in a specific, related to the execution of a project in a specific country in Asia. We deny the allegations brought to us. We fully cooperate with both the SFO in UK and the PNF in France, and just would like to confirm that we comply with all national and international regulations. Now, to answer more precisely your questions, at this point, it's of course quite difficult for me to make any additional comments and to consider how long those investigations will last. At this point, it's really too early to be more vocal on this matter.
Okay. I want to talk about some collaboration that you have with Airbus. Leonardo reports that you're setting up a joint venture. You're looking to set up a joint venture to compete potentially with Elon Musk's Starlink. How far along is that plan? What is the ambition?
Let me come back on the situation of space. And it's true that, the space sector has been overall disrupted by the emergence of SpaceX and then Starlink. And it's true that many of our clients, satellite operators, have been facing some kind of disruptions, which means that for us, the top priority is really to restore margin, i.e., putting in place the necessary adaptations plan in order for us to reduce cost and to increase the overall competitiveness. Now, you mentioned, potential collaborations with Airbus in particular. At this point, let me just say that we are having high-level exploratory discussions, and we'll see whether or not it makes sense, to consider further collaborations with Airbus and Leonardo. But once again, our top priority for us is really to restore, our profitability on our own, and this is what we have announced with quite an ambitious cost adaptations plan that will allow us to recover on our own in terms of profitability. And then, of course, we'll consider, because we are pragmatic, we'll consider whether or not more collaborations with Airbus and Leonardo make sense for this overall sector.
Atos, which is a key, of course, provider of IT and cybersecurity in France, facing its own challenges. There are reports that maybe you're looking at some of their assets. Are you interested in any of the assets at Atos at this point, Pascal?
No, I would like to say that overall we made it clear that we are not interested in buying Atos. We are not interested in one of their key divisions, which is BDS. Now, if one day some assets are for sale, in particular relating to defense, that of course a topic we will look at, but it's not a priority overall at Thales, overall in terms of M&A.
Okay, Pascal Bouchiat, CFO of Thales, on that focus of returning to profitability, particularly in the space units, and maybe some further collaboration there. We appreciate your time this morning. Getting back to the Korea story right now, and the moves, of course. The market is closed now in South Korea. Equities closing lower. So the Kospi closing down a little over 1.4%. The Korean won has seen some paring of the losses of yesterday, but Korean stocks under pressure, falling in the session by 1.4%. The proposal to impeach the president after he enacted martial law, that proposal is now in and is working its way through the parliamentary infrastructure of Korea. But political risk heightened, of course, in that country. A story we continue to follow for you. Coming up, staying with the story out of France as well. We'll get more details on the French economic ramifications of the political disruption there. We're going to be talking to Janet Henry, HSBC's global chief economist. We'll also get a view on the Fed and the UK. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back. President Macron over in France has called on the French lawmakers to set aside their personal ambition and reject a vote that would topple the government. Let's get more from Bloomberg opening trade anchor Kriti Gupta on the ground for us in Paris. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. Political turmoil in South Korea as the opposition submits an impeachment proposal after President Yoon is imposed and then lifted martial law. South Korean stocks lead declines in Asia. Authorities vow to provide unlimited liquidity to stabilise markets. Plus, French President Emmanuel Macron says his government can survive today's no-confidence vote, insisting he won't resign before his term ends. Martial law imposed in South Korea for 6 hours, the first time since
today with this potential no confidence vote. From what we see on the longer terms, and Thales being active.
Have some idea. President Yoon had said that it was really to get after some of the North Korean elements in parliament and sort of a safety measure to ensure that the country can continue and democracy can continue in the country, which is why martial law is usually imposed. It's usually something imposed during wartime, for example, and that's usually when it does get imposed. In this case, however, it was imposed after, and he did it in the nighttime address last night from Seoul, and it was coming at a time when he has record low favorability ratings and also has opposition that has been calling for a lot of investigations into him and family members. And so this is why it really caught a lot of people off guard. This is why we had protesters immediately in the streets and why lawmakers gathered very closely afterwards, very shortly afterwards, and passed this resolution, this 190 votes to lift the martial law.
So what will happen today? And I guess markets are recovered somewhat, but could there be a longer lasting hit to the economy and to how the country is perceived?
Yes, absolutely. So the KOSPI end of the day about 1% down. The currency is also quite weak. It was already for the year the weakest in Asia. And longer term, this is certainly expected to weigh on consumer sentiment, things like investor sentiment. So we saw in previous times in South Korea during these sorts of political events, people just spend less. They tend to save more. There's a lot of uncertainty. And the next kind of 24 to 48 hours is also an open question because there could be a different president. The president could be impeached. And there are a few candidates that we reported on who could fill that role, but it's still a big question mark.
Katya, thanks so much. As always, Katya Dmitrieva there for us, following very closely what's happening in South Korea. Now, Bloomberg also spoke exclusively to the Bank of Korea governor, Ri Chang-yong. He told Bloomberg's Aslinda Amin that the impact from the martial law order was short-lived and the political turmoil is unlikely to result in more rate cuts.
It's a relief that the impact of the market was short-lived, while it is still true that it's hard to predict the political dynamics. But I believe that the economic dynamics in Korea can be separated from the political dynamics, given our strong market fundamentals and also the matured democracy.
So do you think you've done enough so far?
No, what is enough is actually I'm very happy that the impact has been short-lived. Definitely we have to see how these political events will evolve. In the meantime, we focus on providing ample liquidity to stabilize the market. And when we look at the market, we do not see any malfunctioning. So, but on the other hand, we by expecting that in preparation for the future possible financial unrest, we actually strengthened our liquidity injection facilities, such as increasing our repo purchase agreement and also extending our eligible securities for open market operation. And so far it's okay. So far it works well. Yeah.
So far, so good. But in my conversation with the former trade minister of Korea, he did talk about how he's expecting prolonged political uncertainties. How prepared is the BOK for that?
Actually, I watched your program. Actually, I think he was more concerned on the other structural factors, not only this prolonged the political issue. But I think it's not yet decided. It's very hard to predict which options the political process will evolve. But I think you know that the Korean government officials are well trained. We are well experienced in handling the several difficulties. So I think while in government in transition or in this transition period, which we believe a couple of months, I think we have many tools and talented government officers to handle this macroeconomic situation.
Well, the Bank of Korea governor there, Ri Chang-yong, speaking to our very own Haslinda Amin. Now, to France now, another political turmoil. President Macron has called on French lawmakers to set aside their personal ambition and reject a vote that would topple the government. With the far-right leader, Marine Le Pen has vowed to support today's no-confidence motion called by a left-wing coalition. Together, the two groups have enough votes for the motion to pass.
I hope so, and it's indeed possible. It depends on the members of the National Assembly, each whom has a responsibility to the French people, to the voters of their constituency, and before France too, which is at a rather serious moment.
Now, for more on France, we're joined by Claudia Panseri, Chief Investment Officer for France at UBS Wealth Management. Claudia, I mean, we've seen a lot of political turmoil. We've seen spreads widen with Germany. We've seen actually some of the bond yields touching records that we saw in Greece. How does this end?
Hopefully it ends well, but unfortunately uncertainty remains pretty high. I think the uncertainty will keep going until the end of the year, and we need to see what's going on with the budget for 2025. The worst solution, I think there is always a positive outcome. We may see the 2024 budget to be replicated in 2025. Is sure that the deficit will not improve, but at least there will be some stability and there is no government shutdown. It's not like in the States, so there is always a solution. That is something we are expecting at least.
How would you position markets right now, Claudia? I imagine you got a lot of calls from a lot of clients saying, I'm not sure what to invest. Do I take my money out? Do I go to cash? What's been your main advice to them?
Stay invested in U.S. assets. There is so much low visibility around European assets so far, even if valuations are pretty appealing, not only across equities, but also on some sovereign bonds. I think for the time being, growth in the U.S. stocks are delivering good profit. In Europe, valuations are attractive, but at least until February the next year, we have an election in Germany, visibility is pretty low. So for the time being, U.S. stocks, sovereign, there is more appealing as well on the investment grade bonds. Sovereign in U.S. are appealing as well. So I think there is a way to stay invested, creating some opportunity if the market get under pressure. But for the time being, U.S. assets are still the most favored in our asset allocation.
Claudia, what's a good entry point for French assets?
Oh my God, I think you need to be very selective. French bonds on the short tenor, so the very short yield are already appealing. Spread have been widening on all the yield curve. I will not touch the long end because the risk is to see the spread to the bond widening again. There is a tipping point where you can start buying, but still too